attachments, and everything. We'll be talking about irrigation, how to put the irrigation system, we plan to go out with plastic layer, run the machine, hook it up, do all that good stuff. So we're gonna look at it. You might not get a chance to do it, but what I did, I do have the stuff where we can play around with it, kind of show you how to do it, so you have an understanding of the mechanics of it. You're gonna hear from me most of the day. I'm gonna talk about ag safety. And a lot, you know. And a lot of times, people don't think that's important. I am a victim of a farm injury. Doesn't look like it. But I was in the 9th grade, I mentioned before, row crop farmer, I got caught with a combine. On an auger, my right arm, blessed to have it. That's my elbow. I don't have full functionality. But I got caught up in a combine. One windy day, we were catching a sample. I was in the back harbor with a bag. Had a jacket on, I for some reason I decided to unzip it. Wind came, blew the jacket open, and next thing you know, I was all upside down, trying to kick the cab of the combine. Combine started stalling out. My dad just had to look around, eyes got that. And when he disengaged the machine, I could feel it jumping, and I just felt it when it just dislocated. Go. It is real. You don't think about it. I mean, you have forwards and side to side. Dangerous. One of my barbers in Giles County, before I came back to the campus, he and his wife one Sunday, riding side by side. Flip. She survived. So, we talk about being involved in agriculture, it is a dangerous occupation. And we're gonna go through some of these things and talk about it. Sean wasn't able to be with us today. He was gonna give a presentation, so I told him, I said, well, send it to me and I'll just do I just butcher it up and we'll just talk about it. But I've done this all my life, so at any point, please stop me if you have any questions, okay? So we're just gonna go ahead and get started. And farming has changed. If you look over here, I remember my grandfather and them talking about that mule that plow. Right? Picking cotton with the hand. Don't know. Wow, I just don't understand how they would do it, but that was the way of life. Everyone was doing this, okay? And here, you know, that's kind of a manicured farm. All of them look that way, but we're just talking about the difference of a farm and what they look like today. Okay. Past, you had those little forward tractors. Guess what? You don't see any rocks. We don't talk about that to protect you. Just think about just the difference in what you see. Autonomous tractors. Guess what, guys? It's real, man. John Deere, you can pretty much from your office. From your office. I mean, I know you heard about the Teslas and all that stuff. We have tractors to do the same thing. Pull my laptop out, get on it, and I can go to work. It's here. Growing up, I remember watching the Jetsons. Just growing up, I remember watching the Jetsons. I said, man, will we ever get there? I remember watching Knight Rider. We're here. With technology, 007, all those movies, we're here. But with that comes safety issues. Now they got the big rigs on the interstate, you know, the Tesla cars, you know, they have an. So when they get this thing figured out, and I don't think it'll be long, a few years. Just gives you an idea of injuries, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. We're at the top. We're at the top. Do we take a lot of these things for granted? Probably so. When I jump on my four-wheeler, man, I'm at it. Last year I bought a 850 Polaris. That thing is fast. My buddy that sold it to me, he happened to be a plant manager down in Alabama. I said, man, this thing's so fast, dust won't even keep up. Seriously, you should get dusty riding those things. I'm telling you, I was on the highway checking my fields. Man, I'm at 75 miles an hour, and it's power steering, man, you just start feeling so loose. Then guess what? My training kicked in, like, man, I better slow down. It could get away. But guess what? It's fun, but also dangerous, okay? Just like I tell folks, you know, I ride motorcycles. You have to respect the equipment that you're on, okay? You have to respect it, whether it's a four-wheeler, a side-by-side, a little small tractor. You don't think it's fine. This little bitty thing won't hurt me, but it kills people every year, okay? Just look at that. I just want to show these statistics to you. Number one, back in 2019. Here again, we're right here, the other occupations. The agriculture is a dangerous occupation. And I just wanted to be on your mind. It's a dangerous occupation. Here again, I don't know how to get that off collar. It just talks, some more statistics for fatality work injury for 100,000 full-time workers. Farmers are right here. But if you look at it, a lot of it's still involved with agriculture, fisheries. So you got logging, you know, the aircraft pilot firing. But here again, you see where we rank in agriculture. There we are again. Now, I don't know how to make that go away. But what does that say? Oh, it's not showing up. But here again, what are the factors that make agriculture so dangerous? Environmental factors, personal factors, work activities, socioeconomic and political factors. We're going to talk about those. Here's some more: isolated workplace, adverse weather, delayed response to emergency service, work site, home, same location. Something I found out last year as it relates to about your location, workplace. Make sure when you're out on the farm or anywhere, have your cell phone. They can locate you with your cell phone. If you're in the back 40, you don't have a physical address, 911 can't get to you. I didn't realize that. 911 cannot get to you. So make sure when you're doing anything, whether it's farm related, personal, have your cell phone. So if something happens, they can ping your location. Very important. Noise. When I grew up, we didn't have cab, air conditioning. We had the loud straight pipes. And I do have a loss of some of my hearing due to that. You don't think about it, but I have some hearing loss due to growing up on the farm, driving a tractor without the cab. Even with the cab, the speakers are behind you. What do most of these 16, 17, 18-year-old kids do? I was one of those back in the day on a John Deere 4840. I thought I was uptown. Dad bought one, I got on, turned the music up, and I'm down the field with my music on. Lost some of my hearing. You don't think about it, but I am a victim of what we're talking about today. Skin disorder, cancer, chemical hazards, heat stress. I'm sure you've heard in the news about the Roundup. I don't know if I believe into all that. I don't know, not a scientist. But those things are real. So we have to be careful. We have to wear our protection when we're working with different harmful chemicals. Heat stress. How many of you, when you're out, wear long sleeves when you're working out there in the sun? See a few. Please do. Skin cancer. What I like to do about summertime, about those real thin, long sleeve shirts, probably moisture wicking shirts. That's what I do when I ride my motorcycle in the summer. Real thin, so the sun doesn't beat me to death. When you're out there working on the farm, same thing. Wear your hat, sunscreen, things like that we can do. I mean, a lot of times people think about when you go to the beach, but when you're working on the farm too, okay? Diverse workplace includes people of all ages. The thing about farming, guess what? You don't have to be what's the age to go get a job at McDonald's? 15, 16. Guess what? On the farm, you can be younger than that. I was following my dad at 7 years old on the farm, mixing chemicals, passing the chemicals up to him. Man, I'm surprised. It wouldn't surprise me. I go to the doctor and they tell me, find out you got something. Been exposed, chemical waste all on me. That was just the way of life of being on the farm. But we know when we know better, we do better, right? We should anyway. Okay. Easy to push yourself past physical limitations. Example. Last year, no, 2 years ago, we were planting wheat. We had to beat the deadline. I told my buddy, I said, I'm gonna ride all night long. I just need somebody to bring me something to eat. I didn't get off the tractor until 5 o'clock the next morning. But you know, I got satellite, I got my radio, you know, I just turn around, push the button, you know, lay back, get on my phone, talk to my wife, you know. But when I got off and went to bed, my gosh, slept all day. My buddy called me like 9 o'clock. I said, man, look, I see y'all about 2 or 3 o'clock. Man, I just got home. But pushing myself to the limit. Because what do? We're in farming. We do what we have to do. I work at Tennessee State. Many nights I'm on I-40, 11, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, coming back to work from the farm. And experience has taught me that when you get sleepy, pull over. Your body will shut down. So a lot of times now, if I feel myself kind of fighting the steering wheel, I call my wife, hey, babe, I'm getting off of the exit 172, I'm taking a nap. So if something happened, you start right there. I mean, but it's real. And I've been doing it for many years, so I know myself, I know my body now. And I'm getting younger, so I realize I can't do like I used to do. I'm not in denial. You just do things a little different. Okay, do things. I remember back in the day, I could change big truck tires, tractor tire. I had 2 rotator cuff surgeries. I can't do that anymore. I ask for a little help, or I hire somebody to do that now. Okay, but these are some of the hazards that a lot of we don't even think about, but it's real. Okay, long hours. I've touched on that, depending on weather. And right now, it is April what, 18th. It's raining. I'm itching to get my corn planted. Huh? Done. Cotton. I got cotton booked. I got to get cotton planted. So I made one of those decisions this weekend. I bought me a planter. I told my buddy, I said, man, I said, look, I said, I got a lot of stuff going on. I said, we need enough. So I ended up buying me a 12-row planter. I said, so we can at least get over some acreage because I'm going to be in and out. So based on weather, it makes you make those decisions, okay? like a daycare. So what do? We put them on the buddy seat, right? No, those put them on the buddy seat. Or when I was growing up, the fender. I remember back in the day, riding on the tractor, my uncle got his hand around me, right? I feel myself, no, if he grabbing me. I said, no. But guess what? I've seen it done. I was part of that. It's real. You might say, well, why would you be doing that, Finis? That's what you do on the farm. You don't think anything about it. It's just what you do because you've done it, and that's a way of life, and you just do it. Work in pairs. Here again, I've covered that. I don't know. Well, I don't really work in pairs, but that's a good thing to do. I mentioned carrying your cell phone and wear your PPE, protective gear, and create a farm emergency plan. How many of you just have an emergency plan in general? A family emergency plan, a farm emergency plan. How many? Raise your hand. I want to see. One. Okay. I'm gonna tell you why I'm asking. Because we're gonna touch on that a little bit. I also do disaster preparedness a little bit. And I think that's something that we need to do. Think about all this adverse weather we've been having, right? And it's not, we always say in disaster preparedness, it's not if, it's when, right? And my dad always, what we talked about the last time, don't do anything before Easter, and they talking about a freeze maybe coming this weekend. Okay? So we're gonna talk about it, and what I'm gonna probably do is pass out a little template for you to work on an emergency disaster plan because it's important. So we're here. For some reason, the weather change. Tornado comes through here. Do your significant other or loved ones know who to call to check where you are? Who are you supposed to call if they can't get you to know that you're okay? Who? Mother, uncle, brother, sister, neighbor? It's something that I think about. Who are you supposed to call? If I can't call Carla, who do I call to make sure Carla's okay? Or even know where she is. My wife get on me all the time because I just run to Walmart and won't tell her anything. I said, babe, I just went to Walmart where something could happen. I said, you're always thinking about a tragedy. But she's true. It's true. She said, I just need somewhere to start. I said, I'm sorry. I apologize. And I don't think much about it. But that's the reality. It's so much stuff going on. Where do you start? How do you backtrack? Okay, just like when we're on the farm, we scattered out. So I'm in this place, which is about 25 miles from headquarters, way back, number trees, bears, and everything else. So I always tell my buddy, I say, hey, if you don't hear from me in a couple hours, somebody come check on me. Now it's a ways, but usually when we know we're in these different remote areas, hey man, somebody come check them or call. Because sometimes you don't have phone reception. Then I'll look up and I see Dust, my buddy. Oh man, I would just come check and make sure you're still going. I appreciate it. He leaves. I mean, things just that simple. And here's just a map of the farm. Gives you an idea. I don't have anything like this, but just gives you an idea what we're talking about. What are the dangers? Right here. That's a little big, isn't it? Be on that front end loader. To tell you what I did last week, one of my coworkers was doing this mud day for kids. So I had to bring some soil to campus. I got on our John Deere tractor with the front end loader. I scooped up, now I'm kind of on a hill, and I scooped up a big old scoop of soil. And when I raised the bucket up, the tractor did this. I said, man, I'm on a flat. When I got off the tractor, the back wheel was up in there. I'm like, oh my word. just that quick. So what I do, I let it down, dump some of the soil out. Instead of being on the hill, I turned around and went and scooped it up another direction, but I didn't put as much. So a lot of times, so what would you do in this case? Maybe put some counterweights on the back, possibly, or put another roll on the back to help balance your tractor. Right here, I've never worn a pair of chaps in my life, cutting wood. Grew up, Dad go to the woods. Back in the day, we used to make Homer-like. So we go to the woods and cut trees all day. Never wore chaps, ever. But when I started working for Extension, I learned a little better. Now I own a pair of chaps. How many of you wear chaps? How many of you operate chainsaw? How many wear chaps? Where the hands go? We got two. We got two. Guys, have you ever had a chainsaw to kick back? It's real. It's real. So please, go buy you some chaps. Here again, I don't wear all that when I'm on my four-wheeler. Helmet, goggles. I just jump on my four-wheeler and go. How many of you just jump on your side beside a four-wheeler and just go? That's what we do. Do we think of the hazards? We don't even think about them, do we? Until it happens. Back in my day, I was a daredevil. I was that guy that used to watch motorsports, jump the railroad track, get in a big curve. I want to see the rooster tail, lean into the side at the three-wheeler days. I was that guy. Had a wreck, knocked my teeth out. I mean, guys, it's a lot y'all don't really know about me. But I was a daredevil. And now it scares me to death. But I did that. You know, when you're younger, those are things what we do, right? Here again, the calf. And I don't know what that was all about. With the livestock. Huh? Right, we go with that one. Not wearing a back brace. If anyone witnessed anything like that, one. Last year, my brother-in-law, I'm a delegate for MFA oil, and I was at the plant. Brother-in-law and I was talking. What you call it, one of those NES like trucks, service trucks, passed us. 10 minutes later, we heard a loud boom. And it was something like that. I mean, completely tore the tractor in half. Saw the truck pass by within 5 or 10 minutes. And luckily, the guys were okay. When I passed by, they were standing up. It's unreal. I've seen, people. How do you, maybe you all can help me, how do you run over a tractor with an implement on the back? You all have seen them. Huge. And people just flat foot run over them. Try to anyway. Trying to pass. Now, you know what? Now, that gets me. I'm on my sprayer, one of those big old sprayers. I don't know if y'all seen them. 90-foot boom on the highway. And so you know how you have the drainage going across the highway. So you won't give me time to slow down or even move over. They all on side of the road throwing dust and throwing everything else up at me. And I'm trying to get out of their way in a hurry. Just like them folks on the interstate, they're going right there and they go around, turn you and put the signal out, turn right there. Kind of like that. Same folks. It's unreal. And this is what happens when you do that. Tractor turnovers. Most fatalities in agriculture and farming. Been blessed, haven't turned over, but I was in a situation one day, I was bush hogging. My tractor fell off in the ditch and it was leaning.
And I called the guy I was working for. I was just out of college working for this big farmer. He's all fine. He said, he'd come on out of there. I said, man, I don't know about this. So guess what I did? I put my seatbelt on. I said, you know what? I'm gonna ride it down. I put my seatbelt on. I came out, I didn't turn over. But gosh, you talking about scary. It's scary. I don't see how those guys mow on side the roads. Now they tell me it's an art to it, but I don't want to know. Okay. Understanding your drawbar and how much weight you can put on your drawbar makes a world of difference. Here again, driving on steep slopes. I would want to do that. And driving too fast on rough roads. Guys, do you realize these tractors nowadays go almost 30 miles an hour? Now, when I was growing up, 18 or 20, but I mean, nowadays, almost 30 miles an hour. That's pretty fast. And guess what? With all these sensors, this happened to me. With the sensors that's on this equipment today, if you lose voltage, it comes to a complete stop. So just think you running about 25 or 30 miles an hour. You hit a bump, lose power in that tractor, just what are you going to do? Luckily, my reflex was still okay. I grabbed the steering wheel and I just took everything I had to keep from hitting that windshield. So guess what I do now? I take my time and I put on my seatbelt. Seriously, because people don't put seatbelts on tractors. You don't see people riding around with seatbelt on a tractor. You can't hardly get people with seatbelt on in your vehicle. Let's not on a tractor. But after that, I do. A lot of times when we have those experiences, it makes us start getting a little wiser and think about those things. Here, you talking about the center of gravity right there. So you want to be stable as possible. Right there. And it doesn't take much. I have this device called a speed tiller. Very heavy. The faster you go, the better it works. But when you raise it up on the drawbar, what happens? The front end does this. So I have a full set of weights, and I've been trying to trade it because, yes. Now you see it? Can you see those little things right here? Those are that's your centerpiece, that's your center link, and your drawbars right here, those two things right there. And that's what you hook equipment. You bag it up and you hook up your equipment. And we'll see that later, because I'm gonna probably bring the tractor up here after lunch where you can see those things. And so when you raise the equipment, back to that gravity and the weight, so you gotta have enough weight on the front to counterbalance the weight that you're picking up on the back. So a lot of times they call it a full set of weights, so they have weights across the front. Let me see, so here are your weights here. So they usually have weights in the front. So when you're picking up heavy equipment. So when you get equipment to here, so what I was trying to do at the time, 2 years ago, it was dry. We was trying to get a crop in. So we was trying to keep from having to keep turning the soil. So one of them spontaneous deals, I said, man, we got to do something. So I just went and bought this speed tiller. So we go ahead and plant the crop, not disturb the soil, not lose moisture. But I wasn't thinking about all this. It was just, you do impulse. And if I'd have been doing it different, I'd have bought the pull type, where you was hydraulic, where I wouldn't have all that weight on my tractor. So I was trying to do that this year, and the guy didn't want to give me, what it was worth, that I thought it was worth, and so I'm gonna keep it. So I'm gonna figure something out. Here again, we talk about ROPS right here. You remember that old Ford tractor? Back in the day, they didn't have ROPS, but you want those things right there on any, even you see them on lawnmowers too, but any type of tractor you're buying, make sure you have those ROPS, because for some reason, that you are in a turnover, it will, at least when it hits, it'll keep the tractor from turning over on you. And I've seen people with those things there, and guess what? They got them laying back. Is that gonna benefit them? I see guys on these fast, you know, with the commercial lawnmowers, just blowing and going. They got rocks laying back. So when they hit something on a slope and turn over, guess what? It's gonna be on top of them. They are there for a reason. Protection. Excuse me. Hello? Hello? Okay, well, that's fine. It's burst my bubble. Richard is not going to be able to make it. We are really having a Monday, but we okay. But we okay. So what we're going to do? We're going to show a video, and we're going to talk about the tiller, because I have several of them, and they are bad. But he's willing to come out, and it'd probably be better on a dry day where you can actually see this equipment working. I mean, it is really awesome. But we're gonna work through this. And here are just some things preventing turnovers. I can't say this enough. Driving appropriate speed. I have a good college buddy, always complain about his brother driving too slow. I said, let him work at his own pace. Don't get in a hurry. Because usually what happens, you're going to tear something up, right? You're going to tear something up. So I said, just let him take his time. Yes. What happens a lot of times. Oh, the question is, you see a lot of people widening their width of the tires of the tractor equipment. And why would you do that versus bringing them in? Is that correct? Okay. Now, being wider makes it stable. Now, usually when people bring in their tires, it's probably because of a certain width they're growing their crops. Yes, their rows. Now, in my world, a lot of guys are on 30-inch rows. So they bring their wheels in to 30 inches. I'm on 38. Now, I like my width, but in my world, they say that when you go to a narrow row, your yield increase. So you got a lot of that comes into play. Now, when you start talking about, vegetable farming, smaller farming, then a lot of it's based on, say, your tiller, the size tiller you have, the width of the tractor, you got limited space, so you want your wheels in a little closer for that reason. So everybody kind of have their reason why. Yes, that's correct. Good question. Anything else? Okay. Here again, there it is. Set the wheels tread as wide as possible. We talked about staying away from the slopes. And don't drive on soft shoulders. I had that experience in my pickup truck. I was going to a field. You know, in the summertime, you have the grass, and we had an irrigation. So I was driving pretty, I don't know, I probably was at 25 or 35 miles an hour. Getting over on the side. I was talking to my wife, and all of a sudden, she said, I went quiet because I was fell off in a ditch. And luckily, the ditch had water. Didn't tear up my truck, but everything in the back of it was on side the road. But soft shoulder. Now, it would just look like grass to me, but it was a soft shoulder from the irrigation water. Here, now drive forward down the hill and bag uphill. I've done that on a combine, a very steep slope. We had a big truck that got stuck going across a bridge. And so if I had to bag up the hill, because if not, it'd tip over. And I can't say this enough. We talked about that. Equip tried to wear rollover protection and wear seatbelts. Now, I just kind of give you an idea kind of what I would experience. Not my legs, but it was an arm. I'm blessed to be talking to you all today. Even today, I cannot get on a combine on the back if it's running. I can't do it today. It's just, I go back to that day. I just can't do it. And now, back here, what am I like? That drawbar, you was asking about the drawbar. See how it hooks up to the equipment? That's the PTO. The drawbar where you hook up to the equipment. Okay. And this stuff happens. I've seen, we have grain carts where it's hooked up to the tractor. I see guys, they want to look back in the back of the grain cart. I mean, it's just a going. And that cover is off. It just does something to me to see that. So a lot of times, if I'm driving the grain cart, I shut it off. I go back and look at it, get back on the tractor and turn it back on because I know it's a hazard. And I try to tell the guys that too. But time and time again, they go back with it until they have that experience. Then they realize the importance of it. And I would want to have to experience that to do better. You should have those shields. Should have that protective shield on there because the shaft is inside that. So that shouldn't turn. So that should protect you there. And then you have that guard that's over your PTO. Your shield there. Extra rider fall off. We talked about that earlier. One seat, one rider, right? And like I say, the bigger tractors have, we call them buddy seats where people can ride with you. I don't really like people riding with me. Okay. Operator falls off, knocks off. Right here. Failure to set park brakes. I've seen that. Just get off the equipment. Now, trying to start from the ground by bypassing the ignition switch. How many of you have done that? My high school math teacher got killed by doing that. Tried to win start. What we do? Get the screwdriver. And when he hit the starter, it ran over him. Back to that emergency plan. He didn't show up at home. his wife called his brother. And his brother knew where he was supposed to be. And when they went to the field, that's where they found him. It is real. I've done it, but I've done it. I'm holding on. I got this started, but I've done it. It's not a good thing to do. Don't tell anyone now. It's not a good thing to do. Been up under my pickup truck doing the same thing. I was in Arkansas, starter was messing up, and I forgot. I stopped, to get some fuel. Shut my truck off. Oh my gosh. So you know what? I start chalking wheels. I start doing everything I could think of just in case, you know, this thing. I got up under there and I started up. But it was just that on my mind that I'm here by myself, you know. So let me chalk my wheel just in case this thing crank up for some reason. It moves for some reason. Give me time to get away from underneath my truck. But that is real. I've known several people to get killed from that. Here again, just showing you a collision. Now, one I was telling you about was more like that. When they hit the truck, hit it, tore it in half. I've done this. I've knocked out a glass, hanging branches. Make sure your tractor is visible. Make sure you have lights. Make sure you have your sign, reflectors on them. And make sure it's just in good condition. The reason I bought my Kubota, and I shouldn't be telling this, but it is what it is. The reason I purchased my Kubota, I was on campus, and I think I was trying to use the tractor to do something, the campus tractor. And I asked about it. He said, the brakes doesn't work. And they driving it every day, and the brakes doesn't work. Why you don't put it in the shop to get it fixed? So I said, you know what? I have to get me something that's in good operating condition. So I was blessed to get a grant. So I bought me a 55-horse Kubota that nobody uses but me. And I made it clear. So when I'm doing this type of work, demonstration, where we talk, I can hook up to my tractor that I know that's in good operation order, load it up and haul it and do what I need to do. Livestock hazards, stepped on, kicked, getting bit and everything. Have you been kicked by a horse? Been there too. We used to raise saddlebred growing up. Been there, done that. And man, fooling with cows. I've known some agents to get hung up fooling with cattle. Okay, wild angle vision, hearing, sensitive to loud noises can be dangerous when you're working cattle. Can be very dangerous. How many of them fooled that old mama cow with that calf, old sow with them pigs? Pull on them. Try it. Yeah. Growing up, we raised hogs. And you go there and fool with that little piglet if you want to. You will see a side of that sow that you hadn't seen before. We had one that was in the wild. My dad put him up. And my dad, he was a big guy, forearms, and he wasn't scared of anything. And Daddy got in there with a 2x4, and the sow started coming to her, and he just took 2x4 and just whacked him across the head, and she just fell out. But they can't, well, just like you are about your kids, if you got kids. That's about to mess with your kids. Yeah, I want to see that side of mama. The same way with animals. Here again, just pay attention. Some people want certain breed because of temperament. And then you got your fencing. Know the behavior of your animal. Sometimes you may have to get rid of them. Okay, sometimes you might have to get rid of them. And I'm sure they probably talking about, I probably would have put a pit bull, look like that might be a rock wall. I probably would have put a pit. They say they're real good dogs, but I don't want nobody's pit bull. And they may be okay. That's just my preference. Ag chemicals, pesticide, fertilizers, fuel, disinfectant. Here are just your areas for exposure. So make sure, you know, you got something, hat, you know, you just your forehead, ear canal, you know, I mean, you don't think about those areas, but those are areas for exposure to chemicals. And I'm guilty of that. When we spraying herbicides, I may wear gloves, but I don't have respirator, any kind of mask or anything on. But just be mindful. Just be, I mean, even if you just spray in your yard, I mean, and the truth be told, some of the things you're using at home for cleaning, you'll be surprised how toxic they are. Not just farming, now we just chemicals in general. You know, and I tell folks, especially, you know, when people start talking about, you know, being organic, I say, until you're using just vinegar and water, then I can go along with you. But, you know, you got some of these things, I mean, antifreeze, deadly. We don't think about it. What we do, we just pour it in the car, you know, antifreeze deadly. We don't think about that, but it's deadly. But some of the things that we use on a day-to-day basis, we don't really think about the hazards. Read some of the labels. Not just with the one with the crossbone, the skull. Seriously, go home, look at it. I mean, it's real. And, you know, and people don't talk about it, and you don't think about it, because guess what? You use them every day, or the weekend, you clean, and, you know, you just get it, you go buy it, and you use it. But you go ahead and mix some of that stuff, some Comet and some Clorox. It will take your wind away. Seriously. Here, and before you use anything, read your what? Label. Read your label. I just challenge you to go home and just read some of the labels of stuff you have at home. And just come back and tell me about it next month on what you have at home and how bad it is. Okay? Wash your, talk about wash your hand, wash your clothes, all that stuff. And especially when in farm chemicals, they call it re-entry levels. And what that means, say for instance, if I spray a certain herbicide, it tells me how many days that I can go back into that crop for it to be safe, for you to re-enter that crop, okay? Same thing when you're spraying fruit. It'll tell you how many days before harvest you can eat it, okay? Or how many days up to harvest that you can spray that particular chemical. Read your labels. Any and everything. Very important. Very important. Because it tells you the things you need to do. It tells you the things you need to do. Okay? Right here. If in your eyes, okay? If on your skin. Okay? It's telling you the things you need to do. Okay? So make sure you read your labels. We've talked about that, the ATV. I'm not going to say much more about that, but they can be very dangerous. I'm on time, Carla. 10 o'clock. Contact with a chainsaw, just showing you different injuries. Axe, power saws. And it could be giving a real example. Back late 90s, myself, Dr. Roy Bullock and Richard Winston, we were at this time, I was working with agents doing demonstrations out in the county. So we had gone to Dyersburg to do a sweet potato demonstration. I had a 50-horse tractor and a called tobacco planter on a trailer. Well, Dr. Bullock parks the truck and trailer kind of on the incline. Well, kind of one thing, I was like, oh, it'll probably be okay. So here I am on the tractor bagging off the trailer. So what happens when you bagging off? It tilts up and get what? Move forward, right? Now, I'm okay. And when the truck started moving, Dr. Bullock started running to jump in the truck to try to stop it. Well, by this time, I done bailed off the tractor. He was like, man, I ain't never seen a big guy move so fast. I bailed off the tractor. And so by the time he got to the truck, it jackknifed. And it caught 2 of his fingers between the door and the trailer. And he doesn't have them today because of that. It happened just that quick. So we got his fingers, they put in ice and all that. We did all that. They couldn't save him. So Dr. Bullock didn't have his 2 fingers due to the accident. The stuff that we're talking about that we weren't thinking about when we was doing it, but it happened. So if you all can see, I done had quite a few real life experiences with this farm safety stuff. Right. But what we want to get at, and I know that it ain't, you don't really hear this topic that much, but I think it's information that we need to know and be conscious of because it can be deadly. I mean, I know people that's not here today because some of the same stuff we're talking about that we kind of take for granted. And this can be applied, whether it's on the farm, home, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just look at your yard. The lawnmower, I see people get out there with flip-flops on, cutting the yard, on the ride lawnmower. You think that's a hazard? Or, some of them, instead of the new lawnmowers, you get off the seat as a safety mechanism. What they do, they unplug it. I don't want this thing to stop. They unplug the safety seat, get off, the lawnmower still running. Yeah, if you don't weigh enough, hey, I'm serious. I've known people got toes cut off. I mean, it's a serious business. Serious business. And you just talk about the kickback, what happens, when the chainsaw hit the wood and kicks back. $30 miles an hour. I mean, when you process that, that's fast. Okay. Here again, cutting the tree, knowing how to notch it. I know we used to cut that hog, son, I'm gonna throw that tree over here. You notch it out. I know a guy got paralyzed. They're in the woods. And the tree was supposed to go this way. He was coming back, couldn't get out the way fast enough. Paralyzed. So here's just some protective gear, hard hat, chaps, ear protection, boots, all the things you need. We had a home light, we didn't have a muffler on it. Seriously, because my dad used to love the way that thing sounds. Seriously. Surprised I can even hear today. But we'd be out there when I go home and I can still hear humming in my ears. It's crazy. And here are the professionals. They got the chaps, harness. Man, they ready, aren't they? Good Lord. call you back, Dr. Zena. Okay. But here again, I'm sure they're doing a chainsaw safety, like a chainsaw safety demonstration right there. But you can tell these are the professional people. You can look at their gear. Okay. Lo and behold, that's what he's trying to do. Just crazy. Know your limits. Know your limits. Here again, just showing you some different trees. The gravity, I've seen that. Falls over. Wind. Matter of fact, I was down home this last storm we got last week. On my way to Subway, get a salad for me and my mother. All of a sudden, it got dark. Within 10 or 15 minutes, I mean, raining until I couldn't see the front of my hood of my truck. Wind blowing, so I'm like, oh my God, I'm looking for this tornado. So guess what I did? I saw these two other trucks. I done pulled right between them. I said, well, if the wind started blowing, at least if they blow there, just hold me together. So I pulled in between them. I don't know, 20, 25 minutes, you know, it kind of passed. Got in my truck, called my mother, checking on her. She was fine. So on my way home, I was going down a highway and a telegram pole had snapped in half at the bottom. The only thing was holding it was the wires. So I called Entergy. I called Entergy, which is the local company, put me on hold for 30 minutes. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I hung up. So I called my buddy. I said, man, call. He knows the guy that worked for Entergy, and called him and I told him what a pole was. But just crazy. But here's the thing you need to look at. Even if you have trees at home, look at some of the decaying trees, something that need to be taken out. It's old, okay? So be paying attention. Power lines, because I know in my neighborhood, trees get too tall, guess what? They're gonna come out and top them. If you don't top them, they're gonna top them. And it looks a mess, okay? So pay attention to that. Here again, just telling you about your tree, falling trees. Be careful. 45-degree angle in the direction it can fall within that given area. And always make sure everyone is out of the way. We won't get into the case study here, but just show you that starter. That's what we're talking about. Any questions? Do we have any questions? Do you think there's something that we all need, that everyone needs to hear? Yes. Yes. You can. Now, I don't know if they have them for all, but you can. Yes. Yes, you can. But guys and girls, this is real. Y'all heard my testimony. I've been a part of a lot of this stuff we didn't talk about today. And I tell you, I'm blessed to be still here talking to you today. You know, I've been exposed to chemicals. You know, I've been caught up in combine. You know, foot been rolled over. I've been jammed between equipment. And I tell you what happened to my last rotator cuff. We were down home on the farm, back to this ag safety. So we was on the disc. We was putting bearings in the disc. So you know me. Oh, I'm talking about kung fu. I'm on the beams. I told my, oh, I got balance. Walked through the beams, and I made a step and lost my footing. Here I go. And all I could see was my head hitting this beam. So I put my arm out, trying to catch break my fall. And when the force of me, and it just, when I felt it, I was like, oh. I said, man, my rotator cuff. I sit there, couldn't hardly move. And I knew. Went to the doctor, there it was. Just a farm injury. Rotator cuff. Just that quick. Just go and goofing off. I mean, goofing off. Had to have surgery. And still hadn't fully recovered because it was on the arm that already had an injury. So I had to do more therapy and still hadn't gotten all the strength back in it yet. And probably won't.
I think they needed a check.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? That's all I have. Breakfast is here. So if y'all want to take a break, grab something, and then y'all gonna hear me again in this next presentation.
Thank you. I'll go get breakfast.
Sorry, for those of you that are online, we are going to take about a 10-minute break. We'll be right back.
Thanks.
Yes, how are you doing? Yeah. Yes, yes. I think, did you already talk to Finance? Okay, we need to speak with Finance. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you can talk to Finance yourself. But I know you told me that. Yeah.
Uh-huh. On the other end, where it hooks up to the tractor, where it hooks up to the tiller. Now, you can snap them when you just normal operation, like you hit something. Usually what happens, push off, you hit some shit, pin and break, keep messing something up. So, I don't know. Is it a hard hole that's already in there? Some equipment that hard. It's kind of close. You know, we stand a whole lot, so hit something. Yeah. Really?
Brakes, tires are locked up, tires is rolling.
What happened?
I sparked up, I reached down and grabbed the four-wheel drive thing and gets four-wheel drive. Stop. I was really close to hitting my good sense. This is the first time I've ever done.
Did everyone get signed in? And another thing I want to mention is look at the list and I guess let us know which name you want to use. We had some confusion too with a few people registered with one name and then put another name. So when we was trying to go through emails, we had a little difficult time. So for some reason, your name is on here and we got something different, well, whatever you want to on your certificate and all that, make sure it's on that list, please. And I see our numbers are down today. I just want to emphasize that this is a TAEP program. And if you don't complete at least 5 of the 7, your name would not go into Tennessee Department of Agriculture, because we are blessed to have that endorsement, and that is a requirement from Tennessee Department of Ag. So we want to adhere to that. If for some reason that happens, please let us know, because we are recording the sessions so we can make sure that you do get what you need. Okay.
Sign in. Sign with your name.
Oh, wow. I'm up again. Mhm. Mhm. 1 o'clock this morning, getting ready. What is that?
Okay, so John is gonna be here to talk about
Mhm,
it?
yeah, he- mhm.
Okay. He never emailed me back
Yeah, I emailed him last night. Huh?
on the beekeeping.
Well, we'll get that confirmed today. Okay.
Yes, I will.
Okay. As we mentioned before, we will be uploading presentations on our Google Docs, whatever Carla has available for us. I have a few gadgets here. I didn't bring all my toys, but I have a few. And we're going to talk about a few things that can help us along the way. Well, go ahead and get started while you partake in brunch. Again, I do apologize, but it was a little, I guess, a mix up in communication. So when we will have lunch here within an hour or two, so. Our next presentation kind of gets into, as we talked about agriculture and farm safety, this next presentation is going to be talking about agribility. And what is agribility? Basically, what we do in agribility is help farmers, veterans, or individuals with a disability continue to farm. I've been a part of this program, I guess, since 2003 or 4. I've learned a lot by being in this program to help me. And I'm gonna just show you some of the gadgets and the presentation, some of the things that we do. Oh, I might need to share my screen. I'm getting good with this technology, Carla. What is the title? Helping farmers with disability live independently and farm profitable. Well, there's a lot of variables in between that to determine whether or not you're profitable or not. But we gonna roll with that. What is the mission of Tennessee Agribility? Enhance the quality of life for farmers, ranchers, and other agricultural workers with disability. Through education, assistance, Agribility helps to eliminate obstacles that block success in production agriculture or agriculture-related occupations. Now, here's the deal. Have you suffered from an injury to prevent you from working on a farm? Is authorized or chronic illness making it difficult to continue to farm? If so, you are one of thousands of farmers and ranchers and farm workers who face serious challenges following an injury. You just heard, I am the poster child for Agribility. Okay, now, when you think about a disability, physical or cognitive, we can help. We are not a funding source, but we can, in Agribility, partner you with the right agency to help you if you have an issue. Now, how many people just dealing with arthritis? No arthritis? One, a couple, few. Now, just think about something as simple as a pipe insulation that you can put on a device for grips, right? Something just that simple that some people don't think of that you can use if you had an issue with arthritis, okay? And those are the things that we do in Agribility. Now, Kind of give you the history. We're in 22 states. Tennessee, we're blessed to have been, I think we've had an agribility program here since, I think, 96. So we're probably one of few states that have had an agribility program since its existence. And Purdue University is the lead institution for agribility, our national agribility. Here just gives you a layout of the different states that's involved. And I will say, I'm gonna just throw this out here while I'm talking. I will be hosting a 1890 Agribility Conference here in Nashville, June 7th and 8th, downtown campus. And we'll be also talking about some of the things we've talked about here, USDA programs. We're gonna have the STAR Center with some assistive technologies. We're gonna have lifts. So we're gonna have some technologies to showcase, to kind of a show and tell of the different things available through a national agribility as well as the Tennessee Agribility Program. So that's gonna be June 7th and 8th, and you all will probably get something on there once we get the flyer and all the information together. So if you think it's something that you would like to attend, please come out, it's free. It's gonna be on our downtown campus. In Tennessee, our agribility project, we're in Trenton. Well, we have 2 full-time agribility specialists. And I thought Joetta was gonna come in here today. She's supposed to be coming here to meet someone here today. And she's located in Trenton, Tennessee, Joetta White. I'm the project director for Tennessee State University. And Eileen Legault. Hold on a minute. Sorry about that. And Eileen Legault, she's located in Knoxville. She had another engagement. She was here to do the presentation. Or she was going to do the presentation today, so she sent me her PowerPoint presentation. So you have to hear me again. Here again, our priority areas in education. We have workshops, conferences, and publications. The network, I can't say enough about the network, partnering with other organizations to fulfill our mission. I've been amazed of the different agencies out there that help people with disabilities. It is amazing. And assistance and also marketing and spreading the word about agribility. I think we are one of the best kept secrets. You know, and a lot of times, you know, people don't really think they need us. And I'm gonna go through some of these tools. To me, of just knowing some of the tools and some of the things that you can do with some of the tools. Oh, here I go. I already talked about this, so we're not going to go into those. But now I want to get into some of our on-site assessments. Work with the farm to determine our goals and ability. Now on the farm, just something as simple as a ramp. Instead of you got issues with walking, something as simple as putting up a ramp on your farm or your house, doesn't matter. When you start talking about, adaptation, right here, talking about a raised bed. If you got issues with what? Bending over, something that simple. It was a gentleman in West Tennessee, Alvin Harris, at one time was probably one of the gurus of organic farming in Tennessee back in the day. As he was getting older, he was putting up center blocks 4 feet high. He had several high tunnels. And I say, Mr. Harris, I said, why are you doing that? He said, finally, he said, as I get older, he said, I'm trying to continue to farm. So what he was doing was getting 4 foot, making the center block 4 feet high. He made a ledge where he could sit, and they were 8 feet wide. He worked 4 feet from this side and 4 feet from the other side. And he was able to, as he got older, continue to farm. So he was thinking kind of ahead of time, okay? But just something just that simple, you know. Here again, adding an additional step on your tractor, okay? And you'll be surprised on equipment today how you really have to step up. But if you have a mobility issue, something that's changing the step, making one longer, or in some cases, they have like a plastic step you can just bolt at the bottom of this, where you can step, okay? Then guess what? Handrail for stability, okay? It's not rocket science, but just some of these little things like this, they could help someone continue to farm. Yes. No, but I will show you. We do have an example of some motorized stuff that you can't get. Okay. Something as simple as a side-by-side on the farm. If you got mobility issues, guess what? Jump on the side-by-side or jump on the four-wheeler. Whoever thought that'd be an essential technology? But it is. You know, we have a loaner golf cart that we loan out to farmers that they say they need replacement, need to get around the farm. We have one we can loan out until you're able to get around the farm a little better. Then, if you have some real issues that you probably more permanent, you could possibly go through vocational rehab and possibly get a side-by-side. Matter of fact, we bought one last year for a farmer that they saw it as a need for this particular farmer to get a side-by-side to continue to farm. We wrote up the plan, and it was approved. And he got a side-by-side. You see this thing right here? You probably can't see a good picture, but what I can do is get you a good picture where you can see it later. Yeah. And right here, you can't see a good picture, but it's different hand clutches, hand brakes, the clutch on that side. The clutch, instead of if you got an issue with being able to push your clutch, you can use your hand. Just a matter of putting a lever where you can use your hand. Now, like you were saying, here's a lift. Now we do have farmers using lifts. We have a guy, here's a little different, Mr. Frank Beard in Murfreesboro. Double amputee, but he has prosthetic legs. And his lift is not a seat, it's a platform. He just sit on, have a handheld, get him up onto his tractor. And he's a cattle farmer in Murfreesboro, still able to farm. Now, we don't have the money to pay, but vocational rehab is our friend, and that is our go-to agency. So it's just a matter of, and I wish Eileen was here. So if you do have looking to do something, you can contact me later, send me an email, and I can put you in contact with either Joetta or Eileen and start the paperwork. I mean, just that simple. And then what we'll do is try to navigate what agency best fits your need. And that's it. a disclaimer, cannot provide direct funding or equipment. Okay, but here are our state partners and our friends. Vocational rehab, Veterans Administration, nonprofit. I mean, just something simple like building the ramps. Well, that could be a Eagle Scout project. You know, Eagle Scout project. Building ramps. Eagle Scout project could be to build a raised bed. Yes, yes, we are that vehicle. Yes. I don't know if it's on here, but we do have a farmer in Bedford County, Mr. Barber, who is visually impaired, who is, I think, deemed legally blind. And if I don't, I'll have to see can I find a picture, but he has some glasses. They are, what the QCR, with the bar readers, where his tags, which cattle come through his chute, it reads the tag on his cattle. Yes, so we do have that. So here again, at the time I was working in Bedford County, and he contacted Agribility, Eileen Legault, and she got the ball moving and contacted, I think it was the Star Center, and we went from there. So he's, guess what? So he's, and to see this guy on his farm, you can tell he knows his farm. He can walk around his farm with no help. Seriously, I mean, it is amazing. But with that, he's able to work his cattle. And I think it's somehow where it reads and it also sends the information to his computer. So, I mean, it's an awesome system. So yeah, we do. We don't have, Eileen could probably tell you more about it because she kind of worked with that, but we do have worked with some farmers. Mm-hmm. And here's if you get an opportunity, you can just go to www.agribility.org, our toolbox kit. You can go to the toolbox kit and see all, here again, over 1,000 products that's available. I mean, you could go to load something as simple as, have you seen the hammer that's got the magnet for the nail? You can save a few fingers. If anyone's seen that, something that's simple. Now, that's why I bought these gadgets here. Something just as simple, assistive technology. I can just grab it, pick it up. Now, who ever thought about this being assistive technology? Now, it's low end, but it gets the job done, right? Now, I'm sure you've seen this, huh? Light bulb change. So instead of getting on that ladder, you know, we talk about the hazards, step ladder, guess what? Now it extends out. You put the right changer up there and you change out your bulbs and never have to get on a ladder. Man, it's rocket science, isn't it? Now this is my deal right here. Can anyone tell me what this is? There we go. It's a planter. This is a planter. It's got a little 45-degree angle. Put in the soil. You don't have to bend over. You know, you used to have to bend over and drop the seed. Stand up, drop the seed right here, and plant. Cover it up. I made some of these at a conference. Well, here's the deal. I made them as giveaways. And people were like, what is that? So when I got up and explained, it was the hottest thing going. Seriously. When I explained what you do with it, like everybody wanted one. Somebody said they want one. I'm seriously. Huh? Well, I'll tell you what, we can. So not down the line, I will get the supplies and we can make them here. Yeah, we can. No problem. That's what we do. It's hands-on. Man, I sure wish we could have been outside. But anyway, but something that simple. Here again, little rake, same thing, you know, right here. You can also, I got an attachment for a hoe, rake, anything you can make. Just want to show a few little gadgets so to get you thinking about agribility, what we do. And as you go into Lowe's and Home Depot, you'll be surprised at things you can use. Another example, how many of you use Alexa? Smart stuff in your home, turn off your lights and all that stuff. Now, this is what I was amazed of. I might be getting ahead of myself. We go back to Hitches. We went to the Star Center. They're our state partner. So we went to the Star Center. And I have Alexa, you know, Alexa, what time is it? What's the weather outside? But Alexa, you can tell Alexa to turn on the microwave, the lights, the TV, and you never have to go anywhere. So what they were showing us, back to agribility, how you could build a smart home. You know, if you got mobility issues and all it, the lady gave an example that she had a mother that couldn't get around. She would put her stuff in the microwave and tell Alexa to turn the microwave on 3 minutes and all that stuff. Go into bed, Alexa, turn off the lights. I was so amazed. I told my wife, I said, shoot. I said, I'm gonna get a smart house. I'm gonna create me a smart house. I mean, seriously. But until I had a chance to go to the Star Center, I never thought about it from that perspective of the things that you could do. So just want to get you thinking about, you know, about what you can do with some of this technology that's out there. Now, something else they demonstrate. I ain't figured it out yet. This is a live scribe. This little pen, I bought it because I was thinking about my son. I got a son that's ADHD, oppositional defiant, and all those other things. And he doesn't write things down and all that, you know, going through all that. When she demonstrated this thing here, how you can be in a class, somehow connected to this book with this special lines and all that. And as the teacher is teaching, it captures all this information on the book and also can send it to his computer or phone. It took me probably 3 months, about $175. And I'm like, man, if I'd had this thing in college. You know, I'm a hands-on guy. I'm not an auditory learner. I ain't figured it out yet, Jeff. But now what it does, for example, I put an X on that book, and as I start talking, you can turn it on. So it kind of dictates. It kind of transcribes what I'm saying. It's kind of like audio record. Yeah, what it'll do, now I found an app to do the same thing, but what it'll do, it'll send it to my computer. You have to set it up on your computer where it'll send it to the computer. Now, what I did the other day, because the dean asked me to get on this call. So, you know, I'm like, man, you know what? My attention span is not that long. So I said, I got to figure out something because the dean asked me to sit in on this call. I got on my phone, I got an app. I can't remember the name of it, but I was on a Zoom call. And I set my phone right by my computer. You talking about the best, I could be a secretary now. I'm serious, some of the best notes. I saved it on my Google Docs, and I got USDA meeting, dean, and I can give him everything they said. Seriously, huh? Say it again. Give me a minute, I found it for you. Matter of fact, I get it for you for lunch. Seriously. I'm talking about as it's talking, it's typing on my phone. And when I got through, I saved it, I sent it to my Gmail, and I printed out a document, I put it in my folder in my office. I told my wife, I said, Lord of mercy, I've been working all these years and I just found this. Seriously, it is awesome. It's amazing. So now all my Zoom calls, I'm in front of you, and then just put that in a folder. Because if you're like me, you listen to what they say. Seriously, it's that long. But seriously, it's awesome. But we talking about this stuff, just that simple. And I really was looking at this stuff because I have a son that could utilize some of this technology that would probably help him in school. And I'm looking at it now to help me on my job. Seriously. Seriously. I mean, if you're still in the workforce and all this, I mean, just think what they can do. We doing a lot of Zoom and stuff now. Oh my, it's amazing. And I will get that for you. So y'all make sure you remind me. Here again, it just talks about some automatic hitches where you don't have to get off the tractor. You can just bag up. It's got a rope here. You either through your window or have it close where you can pull it to engage. I mean, disconnect or connect it together. I wish I had a video to show it to you, but it's right there. You just bag up, it aligns itself up and hooks up. Huh? Yep. Here again, just talked about just a span on the steering wheel. Now, when I was drive a combine, it'd be mud. I used to have that one hand. I used to do all that. But something just that simple. Okay. Here again, we got your brake controls. Back again, if you don't have that foot pressure. Hydroponic towers. That way, guess what you're doing? Utilizing what? Airspace. Okay. Now, I had a chance to go to Alaska, and they was doing this with 5-gallon buckets from Lowe's and Home Depot. For penny, I think a system, the grow tower was running about $1,000. But just think you're talking about a 5-gallon bucket with $3, I said $4, and you can build it high as you want. And I think they used to pump. I think they're using pools to circulate the water. And then you take a 45-degree PVC, drill your hole, turn it up, and put your medium in there, and you can grow your plants. Probably, if I was thinking, we'll call it about maybe $100 something, probably. Then I get a chance. I think they had a site. I'll see can I find that site and share that with you all too. So that may be something that you might want to do at home, patio, or wherever. Pardon me? Mm-hmm. Here again, you got mobility issues with your neck, turn around, backup camera. We thought about putting the backup camera on the tractor. I had a farmer in East Tennessee, back surgery, neck, limited mobility. I had a little money. Sorry, I'm fine. It's a farm hand, installed it on the tractor, works perfect. So what we're looking to do this year on our equipment, I like it so well, I said, I'm gonna put them on my tractor. And I got a big spray rig. I can't see behind me, so I'm gonna put it on my spray rig. Then I got an old truck that didn't have a backup camera, and I loved it so much I ended up putting them on my old trucks. And I said, man, I should have had one of these things years ago. But you know how it's on the farm, you think you're so good, you look back, think you can bag right up to it and hook right up. And I was pretty good, but when you can look at it, just see it, but something that simple. Like I said, you got neck issues or back. My best friend brother fell off a bridge. He used to do construction. So he had neck and back issues. So we were thinking about putting him on there for him because he does all our planning and stuff. So a lot of times, when you're driving, you have a tendency to have to look back at your equipment. So what he does, you can swivel the seat. So he's got it swivel some so he can just, but he's driving kind of like this. But I mean, who would ever thought? Something that simple. Here again, so the milking parlor, cushion floor. If you're on your feet all the time, you're milking all these cows. Okay, reduce stress and pain. And when you stand in a long period of time, you see a lot of barbers and cosmetologists and all of them utilize that when they stand in a lot on the feet. Here's your side by side. Yeah. So this is actually a Kawasaki mule, but you just call them side by side. Here again, just getting around on the farm, back to the mobility issue. Here again, just another hand clutch. And we, at one time, I don't know if we still doing it, but we was offering a horticulture therapy workshop for veterans. The project with the University of Tennessee, UT Gardens project. Dr. Derek Stowell was doing those. And here again, we put emphasis on veterans. That was kind of the buzzword in Washington, and to help our veterans, because what we realized that most of our veterans were from agricultural backgrounds. Okay, so we decided to put emphasis, and we received a grant, and that's how some of the folks in here was able to get some grant money, because scholarships, because of being veterans. So we do participate across. We have a program in East Tennessee and West Tennessee, and we are privileged to offer grants to some of our veterans to participate in the program. Here are some beginning farmer resources. This project, University of Tennessee received a grant, I don't know, called about 3 or 4 years ago, and they started kind of a beginning farmer veteran program. And so they have a wealth of resources that's available. We are blessed. I was a part of getting this project going here in Tennessee. The Farmer Veteran Coalition, as of last year, we are a bona fide chapter here in Tennessee. If you're not a part, if you're a veteran, you're not a part of it, please do so. Kubota, Tractor Supply Company, they're a big supporter of the Farmer Veteran Coalition. Also, homegrown by heroes. Ms. Debbie Ball talked about that last time. If you're a veteran, only if you're a veteran, you can put that on your produce or whatever you're selling at the farmer's market or anywhere in Tennessee. You're the only one. That way, people know that they are buying something from a veteran. It sets you apart. And like myself, Elaine, myself, and Joetta are part of this. And Carla has done a lot of work with veterans over in Clarksville. She's close by of Fort Campbell. And she's been doing some really good work over there with veterans over there. And we are hoping, I do have funds, and we are hoping to have I don't know what we're gonna call it. I'm calling it a farmer veteran boot camp, agriculture boot camp. So I have, I don't know, $25,000 or $30,000 I can spend. So I'm trying to do that. We was a little jealous of a program over in Arkansas. I can't remember the name of it now. Having a senior moment, I think of it. But anyway, it was where they do training for veterans. And so we could never get them to come over here to Tennessee and do it. So I got a grant and got my own money. So we're gonna do our own thing here in Tennessee. So looking forward to that. So we was trying to do that this spring. Things got so busy, so we'll be having that this fall. Here's just the Farmer Veteran Coalition information. Just the website talking about the veterans. I don't know why Eileen got that on there, but here again, she was just highlighting my farm academy. We've been going strong 8 years, and I get emails. I get emails every week. Everybody's trying to join. Everybody's trying to join. So, but I think it's a great opportunity in the network of people. It's amazing and awesome. And now we do have this farm incubation opportunity, and I may have mentioned that, but where if you go through New Farm Academy, you have an opportunity to grow for 2 years at the Tennessee State University Research Farm. My only issue is I'm having a problem. We're hiring so many professors that everybody's taking up the land. So I had a conversation with Mr. Eddie Williams. I said, Eddie, every year you give someone my location. I need you to identify somewhere that I can call home so we can make sure that we have room for the people that want to take advantage of this, or I need to stop advertising. So I do have a lady that went through the class last year that's going to be going on campus. Matter of fact, I got to meet with her tomorrow. And it's just my website, webpage. Charlie Jordan, he was kind of instrumental in getting the, yes. No, you can't do it permanent. What we want to do with that is hopefully, because what I realize, land is an issue. So what I'm hoping to do, if you start growing there, at least give you 2 years, build clientele, maybe find you a location, a farm, or whatever it may be. But hopefully within 2 years, because it's a cost. So hopefully by then, we can get you up and moving and going. Then you got the researchers that then I'm there. Then so if I need to come down and kind of visit with you and kind of figure out what we're doing. And I got to meet with another lady with Nashville Food Project. They're looking to be mentors for people. So I got to meet with this lady this week too. So they want to blend that as a resource to people that want to grow and even as well as sell their vegetables too, or produce too. So that may be an opportunity for some folks here. No. I mean, which one, John? Yes. Now, Reggie Marshall, y'all get a chance, and hopefully get Reggie here before you graduate. Y'all get a chance. Google Reggie's Veggies or Reggie Marshall. This guy is a mover and a shaker when it comes to small farms in Tennessee. He started, follow him on Facebook. He was in my first cohort in 2014. His wife, his 2 boys been through the program. But Reggie has taken all this stuff that we're talking about and put it into motion. Reggie is currently the president of the Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association for the state of Tennessee. Yeah. He serves on Commissioner Hatcher Task Force for Farms. He's involved with Tennessee Farm Bureau. I mean, this guy, matter of fact, we talk weekly. I mean, he just bought a 3-acre farm with number rock. And he's doing the lasagna method where he's putting down compost and all this kind of thing. And he's growing stuff and he's doing a lot of community outreach stuff. And I told him, I said, Reggie, you need to put together your nonprofit. I mean, because he's doing so much good work out here in the community. So, but he's really taking what we're talking about here and putting us in motion, getting involved, being a part of being the face of agriculture. That way you kind of get in the know. I mean, it's to the point where Commissioner Hatcher calls him on his cell phone. Seriously. That's how he's connected. Calls him on his cell phone. Everybody can't do that or say that. And when they need, someone to talk about what's going on within small farm community, that's who they call. And Reggie shouldn't be the only one, okay? I hope some of you all do the same, okay? But that's just who he is. I mean, he was a nurse by training. Now he's retired from that, so he's now full-time farmer. Full-time farmer. Pardon me? Marshall, Reggie Marshall. And it's just, if you're already a farmer, if you're not a part of this, Debbie Ball talked about this, please be a part of Pick Tennessee. Hold on a minute. Yes. Get the back door. Okay, thank you, Bob. Get the back door. But here's just what the website looked like for Pick Tennessee. At the kitchen collar, at the kitchen. Here again is just the ongoing collaboration with the Farmer Veteran Coalition. Beginning farmer web page, military veteran farming. And here again, she just gets into talking about, and this is, here's my thing. A lot of times, I look, it says obstacles for veterans in farming. And I just think it's anybody in farming. When you talk about land acquisition, capital, lack of experience, disabilities, physical, I think that's something we all, as farmers, deal with. Now, and I tell them I feel some kind of way Because a lot of times you probably hear them talk about this program for, farmers, veterans, and I tell them, I say, well, my training tells me whether you're a veteran or just a regular farmer, the program's available for any and everybody. Now, you may have some perks by being a veteran, but the programs are for any and everybody. And I guess for me, because they might say the women, agriculture, and the veterans this, but sometimes I struggle with that, because when you go to NRCS, that program's open up to any and everybody. So why do we have to, show the difference? Now, you might say, well, being a veteran farmer, I may get 10 points, or I may get preference, or whatever it may be, or a different percent in cost share. Then I get that. But to talk about equip is equip. And so my thing is, let's just let everybody know that this is available. But if you fall into these categories, then here are the benefits. So that's just me. But everybody, I guess, you gotta come up with what they come up with. And here's just the USDA website about beginning farmers. And that's just a USDA site of how to get connected by being a new farmer. Here again, new farmers, women in ag for youth and veterans. Here are just some online tools. Okay. That's it. Here, just contact Carla's involved with this. Charlie Jordan. Do I have any question about agribility? How do you get started? Contact me, contact Eileen Legault, or Joetta White.
Got a disability. Maybe I can't climb hills. I got problems with my legs.
Well, the first thing we would do, we're gonna come out and take a site assessment. Okay, well, let me back up. First of all, you're gonna fill out an information sheet. Tell me a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your injury, or a little bit about your disability, first of all. Then from there, then we'll come out and do a site assessment. Then when we do the site assessment, because what they may do is, for example, when we do the site assessment, we might say, okay, we're gonna go around the farm and look and say, or you may need a ramp over here. Maybe if you're growing some things, you may be a raised bed over there. Or if you got cattle, we might say, well, depending on how bad it is, you may end up with a side by side, or something as simple as a bump gate. Say if you got a truck and instead of you getting out the truck, you just bump the gate and it opens up. Okay, so what that site assessment will do, it gives us an idea to help identify what your needs may be. Then we go from there. And then based on your needs, we'll decide what funding agency that we can tap into to get started. Whether that's Eagle Scout Project, FFA, local 4-H, vocational rehab, Veterans Administration, wherever that may be. We would determine that once we get your information, do the site assessment and determine what your needs are. Then we go from there. Then you have to put together that plan. Then and once you turn that in, you will get a case manager from whatever, say, vocational rehab or whatever agency, and then we'll start the paperwork. Now, sometimes it may take a year, half a year, so we don't know. But that's kind of how the process goes. Anything else? Yes. Yes, the paperwork. Paperwork, as well as sometimes what we're finding out is everybody, even though you're working with this, you may not know agriculture, you may not know farming. So sometimes it's just a learning process for person on the other end. And then a lot of times just the paperwork. Because you got to go, because once you go through get all the paperwork, then the process of at least this person there's for approval, then you got to go over here. You might have to have some modifications. So it's no concrete answer, because sometimes it doesn't take as long, and then it also depends on the case manager. Because we have had some to go through in a few months, and the one with that got the side by side, it took about a year. Then a guy that got a track chair, and what that is almost like a tank. You just know what an armored tank looks like. That's what it looks like. It's a wheelchair with tracks. And I think it took this guy only a few months to get that. I mean, we got some really cool stuff out there. Seriously. But it all depends on your case manager and what you're trying to do. Because a lot of times, because at one time, you couldn't get a side by side. Because, think about it. You come to your farm and you talking about you need a side by side. Well, why do you need that side by side? See what I'm saying? We taking taxpayer money buying you a side by side. I'm looking at you kind of funny. Because now you got to understand why he may need it. But now as you learn more about farming and agriculture and realize, well, that may be a necessity for his farm. Now, it may not be a necessity for everyone's farm, but for his situation. And so so you got all those determining factors too that come into play. And then a lot of time it's only as good as your case manager, like anything else. What did Mr. Hunt say about, I think it was another meeting, he was talking about being a good DC. Everybody's not the same. And I will say, working with my district conservationists, I have a real good one. And I know some that's not as good, because how you get all that? Then, I got to keep my mouth quiet because I want to get my DC. No, wait a minute, I ain't telling. You're going to mess me up. And that's what, that's the reality. That's the reality. So that's why I'm hoping, and that's what I'm hoping with this class, that you can understand. So when you do go in these offices, you do have a little working knowledge of what you need to be asking for, or to say, well, you know what? I was in New Farm Academy and finance told me this. Because trust me, they'll start looking at you different. I had one lady went through, who you been talking to? Seriously. Because when they know that you may know just a little something, trust me, I've been doing this all my life. And I go into a USDA office, they don't know who I am. But then when I get in there and they start telling me something else, then I start talking. No. That ain't right. Seriously. So, give an example. One year, we got disaster payment from USDA. They paid us. That's back during when we had this big deal with China and the prices fell down. Where they helped farmers out because of the market, where they gave us a payment. Then USDA came back and they said, well, we want our money back. I didn't even ask for it. You told me I qualified for this money. So now you gonna talk about you want something back that I didn't even ask for? You say, find us, we're gonna give you X amount of dollars. You need to just come in and sign up. And that's what I did. Seriously, this is true story. So, me, I got buddies. Man, I called my partner up. Hey, Aaron, man, I was on there. He said, you go to page 56, article, so-and-so, paragraph. They call it the finality rule. I said, okay. Guess what I did? I went there, printed it out, highlighted. I got a buddy that's an attorney. I said, man, I need you to write a letter. He wrote the letter and sent them that paragraph and article. Guess what? Kept my money. That wasn't my rule. That was their rule. See, that's the beauty about this what we're talking about. We got to learn this here. So at least we know enough when we go in there. Oh, she know what she's talking about over there. Seriously. And then when you go in there, you got to get a receipt of service. They don't talk about that. So if you go to any USDA office and you get turned down for whatever reason, they're supposed to give you a receipt of service telling you why. Okay, who it is. They just can't say no. For what? Why? Receipt of service. They say they don't tell you those things. And say, they probably don't want me telling you those things, but I don't care. Tell them I told you. Seriously. I mean, really, it's a lot. It's a lot that you have to know to get through this whole process. I mean, think about it. We just getting started. We didn't talk about all these programs. You talking about the soil. They'll be talking about equipment. We're gonna be talking about John. Come on up, John. I'm taking some of John's time. We talking about irrigation. All this stuff you gotta know. Coming up, John. I'm getting into your talk, your time, but since my demonstration not here for this evening, we gonna show out. We're gonna bring John Ferrell up and talk to us a little bit about irrigation. And I have some little stuff up here that we're gonna pass out. We're gonna play with, put together, and we're gonna have a special guest during lunch, kind of a working lunch. We got a visiting scholar. She wants to come in and talk about some different technology, agriculture technology. So we're gonna give her a few minutes during lunch. And then we gonna, whatever question, whatever we need to cover for irrigation, we can do so. Since we won't have it, and what I may do, I may get a chance, I may go down and get my tractor and bring it back up here so we can at least look at it. If you want to drive it, we can drive it, whatever you want to do. So we'll have time this evening. And then I'm gonna get some video that talk about some of this equipment that we was gonna see out in the field. Okay. So with no further ado, we're gonna let John Ferrell and I've probably been working about almost about the same. John brings a wealth of knowledge of farming and agriculture. John's kind of like me, old farm boy, and he's gonna talk about irrigation. He's an agent down in Franklin County. Yes. Oh, okay. He's okay. With no further ado, John, I'm gonna turn it over to you. I'm gonna get your PowerPoint ready for you.
Do I need to hold this, or you gotta?
I got it.
How do we do this? Just demonstrating how to.
Tell me I ain't the reason y'all are not eating lunch, but no.
We just had breakfast.
Yeah, right.
That's better than going after lunch, I guess, but see, I can speed up or slow down, and that way we'll eat on time. Little bit about myself. I was actually raised on a small farm, still live on a small farm, and our farm is actually probably one of the first century farms. I think 1976 is when we got our century farm designation. And a little bit about that, is this working? Yeah. Anyway, being a century farm, you have to be in continuous agriculture production for 100 years. And it's really probably the past 25 years or so, we've sort of diversified quite a bit. Typically, we were beef cattle, tobacco, and hogs. And then everybody knows that tobacco, we had the tobacco buyout, and the hog market went south in late 80s, early 90s, and basically we couldn't even pay the feed. And swine probably and tobacco paid for more farms in Tennessee probably than any two things. But My mother, when I got out of high school, she said, are you gonna go in a factory or every day to work, or what do you want to do? And I said, I think I'm gonna go to agriculture school because I love being outside and working with people. And so I've been an agent in Franklin County. It'll be 28 years in June. And there's never a boring day in agriculture. And if you can apply some of this technology, it can make life a whole lot easier. When I started work, we didn't even have computers, or we had the old, what are they called, where you have to enter all these codes and then shift 8 and all that. About the time I figured that out, we actually started getting some computers. And if you think about your smartphone that you got in your hand, a lot of those are more powerful than a lot of these laptops. Make life a lot easier. But a little bit about irrigation. When I first started diversifying and growing vegetables, and then I got honeybees, and I had honeybees because I had vegetables because I wanted to pollinate. When you think about growing vegetables, you got to have an irrigation system, whether it's on bare ground, especially if you're growing plasticulture production. That means you're pulling a raised bed. You got plastic oats, you've got to have irrigation. Because basically what happens is that plastic's diverting all the rainfall. Now, if you get a 3.5-inch rain, yes, some water may actually infiltrate under that plastic. But what we're using irrigation for, it's an insurance policy. Okay, we've soil tested, we have pulled our beds, we got our fertility right, and then we plant our plants into that plastic. Then we've got to make sure we keep it watered. And this type of irrigation is trickle irrigation. So we're not out here with a sprinkler, impact sprinkler, watering overhead, because that's a no-no from a disease standpoint and things like that. So, yeah. Can they? I got to stay right there. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about all of our people on the World Wide Web watching. But anyway, this irrigation is an insurance policy. So I plant a 1/2 acre of sweet corn. And if we think about vegetables, every vegetable basically that we grow, what's the percentage of water? Close to 90%. Just about every vegetable, just about everything in life's almost 90% water. So we plant a 1/2 acre of sweet corn, we may have $1,000 in it. Maybe we got a little more. I mean, some of this seed is outrageous. We get a rain every week. We get an inch rain every week. Well, life's good. Well, that crop is depending on that moisture. When do you think that corn really needs a rain? When it's trying to make an ear. Usually, everybody tries to have corn by July 4th. When is it a dry time of the year? July and August. I got all this investment. I got my corn out there growing. It's trying to put on ears. It's silking and tasseling. 10 days, they're calling for no rain. This is where the irrigation can help you. Now, I don't lay this out in the row automatically. Some years I make it, don't have to have it. But what I've found is if I get into time when that corn or crop or whatever the crop is really needs a drink of water, I take and set me up a stand and I roll a roll of drip tape every other middle. Hook it up, turn it on. I may let it run for 10, 12 hours a night, and in the morning I'll go cut it off, and I may do that 2 or 3 days till I get that ground wet. That may save that whole crop of corn. So think of irrigation as a insurance policy. We're talking about trickle irrigation. We're not out there using thousands and thousands of gallons of water per acre. If we think about an acre under plastic, if we got 5-foot row centers, that means we got a row in the center, 5 foot over, and we got another center of a row. Somewhere around 7,200 feet of that is an acre. How much is an acre inch of water? Finest, how many gallons is an acre inch of water? A whole bunch. Was it around 220,000 or something? It's a bunch of water. Well, this drip tape, and I think this product is about 8 millimeters thick. And it has an emitter every 12 foot. And I don't know if Finest gave you the same type, but when you look at a catalog, you order this, it'll have the first number will be 12-inch or 18-inch spacing. That means your little emitter is 12 inches, and they're hard to see on here because they're micro emitters, but say 12 inches apart. Then it's got the flow rate. It's got the flow rate. It'll say 0.45 gallons per 100 foot per hour. So this is not a soaker hose. A soaker hose, you'll waste more water than, I mean, if you're on a well, you're liable to run the well dry. But what this does, we got the water coming from our well or whatever our source is. Maybe we're pumping it out of the river or whatever, but we got our water coming through, and then we punch a hole, and we've got a valve, and I like the valves with the little cutoffs. Now, if I'm watering a 1/4 acre, a 1/2 acre of corn, I may not put a cutoff on every row. I can just put a straight valve in there. But that drip tape is rated in 0.45. That's almost a little less than a 1/2 gallon per 100 foot per hour. So that's not a whole lot of water. So what we'll do, we'll go out and turn the water source on, and those emitters in that piece of drip tape, and y'all can probably see them, there's a little gap. That's a pressure compensated emitter. If you have less than, most of them are 8 to 10 PSI. So people think, well, I won't use as much water, so I'll go out and turn my supply on just a 1/4 of a turn. If you're watering 3,000 feet and you only turn that valve on so much, it'll never pressure your system enough, so you'll never have any water come out of those lines. My dad, he's the world's worst. He's 88, bless his soul. You got that turned on too much. If you turn it on too much and you overdo the pressure, if I've got 1 row on, yeah, I need to turn it on maybe a 1/4 of a turn. If you've got 20 rows on, you probably need to turn that thing on full blast. If it don't get to 8 to 10 PSI, you're not going to get any water out of those little emitters. there's a lot of forgiveness in this type of irrigation system. Very few times have I ever turned it on and had a blowout. These little inline gauges are handy. The first few garden kits or whatever that I ordered, I had a little gauge and I put it in. If you're doing a small area, you need a gauge. And what this does, it just, you put it at the end of the line, end of your supply line, and you pop it in just like you doing an emitter. And you got a little gauge that sits on, and you make sure you between 8 and 10 PSI. Now, I like this blue stripe. It's real durable. You can use this probably 25 years. If you watch your row spacing and see, I've had an emitter or a valve there. If I keep my row spacing the same, I can just, at the end of the season, pull this up and drag it over to the side. Now, if I'm off 1.5 feet or so, I don't want to kink my drip tape. All I'll do is pop a goof plug. They call that a goof plug. Wow, I put a hole in it and I didn't want it there. So you pop that in there. And you can move your row spacing. But a lot of this, I've gotten 20 years out of it. And you can run over it with a tractor as long as you remember to pick the bush hog up. Or the disc, or the rooter. Or you're mowing your middles with a lawnmower. You don't let your 88-year-old dad forget to raise the deck up when he goes over it. But it's forgiven because you cut it there, you just go put we use a lot of this gray underground coupler. And my system at home is designed where I can use, I like 1.5 inches supply line. Now, if you order a garden kit, if you just got a 1,500 or 2,000 square foot garden, you might get by with 3/4 supply line. Now, a little bit about the water source. City water is the best quality. It's also the most expensive. Well water would be your next best quality. But you've got to think about what size is that? What size is this little emitter that's in this line? Is it 150 micron finest? The little emitter is about 150 micron. Hard to see, so you know it's pretty small. But you want to make sure your water source is filtered, whether it's a sand filter like you'd use on a swimming pool, or this is 100 micron filter. So you got this hose on from your faucet. The supplies come in here, goes through your filter, goes on. And what do y'all think that little thing is? Most important thing in all of this. When I go to a farm and they're talking about irrigation, maybe they're talking about a cattle water, doesn't matter. I look for a check valve. You got the well, you got the pipe coming out of the well. The first thing you ought to encounter in any well is a check valve. Why is that important? Contamination. Maybe your cattle water has got some type of bacteria in it. The power goes off. The water is pumping into that cattle water tank, or it's going through my drip line system, going through my injector. Bam, the power goes off. It creates a vacuum and it backflows into your well. So you had a perfectly good well when you started. Now you got blue baby syndrome because you sucked a bunch of nitrogen, fertilized, and contaminated your groundwater. Most important thing, no matter if you do anything or not, make sure you have a check valve. And you want it, yeah. Yes. But we've got one here. There's also another one at the well. So it's coming out of the well, there's one, then there's one here. The efficiency on these is pretty good, but I don't trust just one. So I want that one at the well, and I want one somewhere in my system. If I was filtering my water as it's coming in, I've got a check valve there. Then when I'm injecting nutrients, water soluble fertilizer, I've got another one. Now this looks really complicated, but what I've got, and we make these up now, but okay, we got the water coming in, supplying it, it's coming through the check valve, backflow preventer. And if I'm watering the crop, I let it just go straight through down, and it goes into my supply line and it runs down my rows. Now, if I want to fertilize, so I've got a fertility schedule on my strawberries or my tomatoes or whatever. So I want so many pounds of nitrogen throughout the growing season. So I mix up my 20-20-20, my calcium nitrate, my potassium nitrate, and I figure out what kind of area that I'm doing. How much I don't want to send all this in one day down this drip line. So I get on a schedule. Maybe I take plant tissue culture samples, send them to the lab. It says, wow, you need more nitrogen. And I pump more nitrogen through there. What happens? Water's coming through the water when I want to fertilize. Hope this valve's not stuck. I got this thing out of the barn. I cut that off. Have y'all ever seen the little siphons that go on a garden hose or your pressure washer? It sucks your soap. That's the first thing goes bad on a pressure washer, by the way. I want to wash my car and I want to add soap, or I'm washing the siding on my house. That is a vacuum or a venturi that sucks that soap out of your little reservoir and injects it into your pressure washer. This is basically the same thing. This is a Mozzie injector. What do you think is the most expensive thing I've got here? I don't know what they are now, but probably $100. And it depends on what size system. This is a 3/4 Mozzie. Okay. My flow's coming through here. I broke it. It runs by here, goes through here, and it creates a vacuum. So I've got my bucket over here with my 20-20-20. My filter's a little dirty, I'm sorry, but that filter is still smaller than my drip tape. So I'm pulling it out of the bucket. I'm sending all my nutrients through that supply line. Okay. I don't have much flow going though. So I'm probably taking my 5 gallons of nurse tank liquid with fertilizer in it and sending it out there. I watch that in a few minutes, then I go and it sends it down the lines. And it's sort of a bad term, but we call it bed wetting. Sounds like when you were a kid, something happened, but this bed wetting is one of the most important things. You want that bed, run it a while, get it wet, then send your fertilizer downstream, then wet it again. Now that way, it gets into the root system. But when you do this, you got to remember, you probably don't have your 8 to 10 PSI going downstream. So all that nutrients is trapped in your lines. So as soon as your bucket's empty or your supply tank, go and pop it back open. Our string's getting bad on this one, but tie a ribbon, tie a piece of flagging, tie a string, something on this. You're all the way out in the patch. You got a problem, or you want to put a new row in, you want to put your valve in, and that punch tool, you can't find it. Nothing works. Nothing else works like this little punch tool. What it's doing, it's punching about 1/4 of an inch for your valve to go in. Something else I like to do, I put my lay flat supply line down the rows, hook it to my water source, and a lot of times I will turn the water on just a little. It's a lot easier to deal with this if you got some flow in it. If I try to punch a hole with no water, and if you don't watch, you'll punch all the way through both sides. But what that does, then I've got a little water coming out and I can pop that in. All this stuff's pretty forgiving, especially if you got goof plugs. Another thing, you got your beds out there and you've turned the water on, and you need to walk out through there and listen. It sounds like a little varmint squeaking. Like that. You got foxes, you've got coyotes, you've got raccoons, everything. Even my blue heeler, she hears that thing whistling. What do you think she's going to do? Then you got a leak. So be prepared. You'll go out there one morning, it'll look like a sprinkler system. You'll be shooting water. So you've got these little connectors where you can patch a leak. And what I've found, if you've got a bunch of foxes around and they're in town, they're in everywhere, what'll happen, okay, this thing's whistling, the fox bites it or digs through the plastic and scratches it or bites it, you got a leak there. Well, then it starts whistling up here. A lot of times you'll have 2 holes within, they may be that far apart. Take you a spare, because we dug up some beds we had down last year and the cows got in the bed. What do you think their hooves did to it? I had holes and all these, some of them I had 3 in a span that far. If I'd have just had 2 connectors and a piece of this, I could have fixed it. We talked about water source. The cleaner the water you start with, the better. So when you lay this out, y'all's got a white line on it. That goes up. Everybody thinks, well, that line, my emitter ought to go down. What happens if you plug one of those holes with a little piece of grit? You got a foot, you may have 2 feet, or if you run dirt in there, you're hooking it up, you get mud in your line. What happens if that emitter is turned down, that dirt goes in here and plugs it. You're out there looking, my eggplant row looks terrible. I got 3 big plants. I got 2 that are in terrible shape. My drip line was stopped up. They didn't get any water. So if you got it turned up, and you say, wow, that 10th eggplant in that row just looks terrible, and you go out there and investigate, it's dry under there. What you do, you take the end off, run some water through there, then you cut it off, and then you wait a little while, go out there and turn it on, reconnect, put your end back, and what I usually do is just tie a knot in it. They've got all these fancy gadgets. Leave yourself plenty of room when you're laying this down, maybe extra 2 or 3 feet. So you reconnect it, put your water through there, and your little block has fell out because your emitter is turned up. That's a reason you always put this drip tape up. That way you can undo a plug. Yeah. We talked about pumping out of a river, a pond. When you're pumping out of an open water source, say a river or lake, you're going to have to filter that water because you've got a whole lot of stuff that's bigger or smaller than 150 microns. So if you don't filter that water coming into the system, you're going to plug every one of these drip lines. We talked about this is really micro irrigation. So we're not going to waste a lot of water. We have certain situations. We planted some new trees in the yard. Maybe we want a soaker hose, but we're not going to walk off and leave no soaker hose. You got that soaker hose out there and something happens to it, blows up, you may waste thousands of gallons of water while you're at work. I can turn this on and I'm not going to water in 20 minutes. I'm not going to water in 30 minutes. I may water in hours. So like tomatoes, what causes more problems on tomatoes? You got these beautiful tomatoes and it's been dry for a week and they're about ready to pick. You're at work and you get a 2-inch rain. You get home at 5, 6 o'clock, you go out, I'm going to pick tomatoes. They're busted. Why are they busted? The water in that plant, I water tomatoes about every day or every other day. I go out there, whether it's rained, my fruit's starting to get size on it, I go out there and water them 2 or 3 times a week, minimum. When they start getting that fruit on them, I may water them every day, may water them morning and night, just to keep the water level in that plant the same. That way, fruit quality, vegetable quality, all that's improved. But we don't want to water the plants over the top with like a impact sprinkler because if that plant doesn't dry off by nightfall, we got a whole lot better chance of getting diseases. There's not a whole lot of moving parts. The only time I use an impact sprinkler, sometimes in the fall, if I'm planting some of my green crops, and Labor Day, I try to religiously have my turnip greens or kale or collards or whatever planted. I go out there and work the ground, plant them, and then it's gonna rain for 2 weeks. I might use an impact sprinkler maybe to help wet those and, you know, get them to germinate. This is basically the design. They've got a little different type of injector. This seems to be the simplest injector, and you can build these at home. Some of the first ones I ordered from Rainflow, or you can get them from Irrigation Mart. But there's not a whole lot of moving parts in this system. We talked about the components. I like the disc or the screen filters. I go out there, and if I'm doing a small garden, I'm not getting the flow, I just take this off and rinse it out, put it back in. If you're using city water or well water, you're gonna have a lot less problems stopping up your filter. The disc filters are basically a bunch of plastic discs that are put together, and that water passes through, and depending on the configuration of your disc will depend on what size particles you can take out. There's different types of supply line. When I first started, if you're gonna run water a long ways, I used to think that the lay flat looks like a fire hose. That stuff is the most aggravating to get up one of your valves in. You're sitting there trying to punch a hole in a nylon fire hose with your hole punch. And this stuff is, you can get it in 300-foot rolls. And this stuff is durable. There's a lot of people that get water out of the mountain in a spring, and they gravity flow it all the way to their house in this type, same type product. And it stays real well in the sun too. The UV rays don't hurt it near as bad. Now, if we're going strawberries or something that we're worried about frost protected, if we're pumping a big, large volume of water, we may have to go to some type of hard pipe or supply lines. Just like tonight, it may frost tonight, so we may have people that's got strawberries, they'll cover them, and then they may have to impact sprinkle them. Basically, we've got an injector set up, and typically I'll make, you can do these with quick connectors and you can move them from spot to spot. You only need one, but what I've done is I've made 3 or 4, and that way if I've got something in the backfield, I just put this in when I come out of the ground, I have an injector. That way I can control nutrients. Whether it's a small 30 by 50 garden, whether it's 3,000 square feet, whether it's a 1/4 acre, whether it's a 1/2 acre, a whole acre, 2 acres, this is the setup that you want to use. And what they've got here is a dosatron injector. A more permanent place, if you're doing aquaponics inside a greenhouse, you know you're going to be fertilizing in there for years. You may want a dosatron. But you got to remember that may be what, $500-600 thing, Finis, maybe more. You need to make sure all this stuff's protected the first time you get a hard freeze. What do I find every year when I go out? I'll have a pipe busted somewhere in this system. Luckily, it never gets the mozzie. It'll get here or one of these, and I may have to rebuild it. But that's a lot simpler than replacing a dosatron. We said if we're growing on plastic, we don't have any other option. We've got to have the irrigation system under there. What they did here, they probably had this plastic down the year before, or they planted something in the middle before. So you can use this plastic for multiple crops. You just don't want to wait too long because it degrades, and when you have to remove it and all that, if you leave it down too many years, you'll be getting it up in little bitty pieces. This is what I was referring to. Say my corn's needing a rain. And what I've done, put every other row. Go out there and turn it on. And it's amazing. During the drought, we had 06 through 2008. I had nursery people that were putting every other row middle, and they had like 5 and 6 foot row middles. They sell trees by the height. So if they didn't do something, they couldn't get the kind of growth they needed to have a crop to sell the following spring. So they put drip every other middle, and they'd leave the water on, and we'd go in the middle that didn't have one, and we'd dig down that far, and you'd have water, and they knew they'd done a good enough job wetting it, and they'd cut it off and go to another area. It's not rocket science. We've got all different types of emitters. If I was growing a fruit crop like this, maybe blueberries and or blackberries, in a time we get a dry period, you can run a different type of supply line down through there, and then you can plug little emitters that drip, maybe put 2 per plant with a little stake, and they just drip, drip, drip on each side of that. So there's a lot of different systems. This is actually a little spray mist emitter that they've got plugged in. One thing you don't want to do though, if you're going to leave that there for multiple years, you want to put it on a wire about that high off the ground. Deer voles, rats, mice, rabbits can be terrible. They're not going to walk to the creek or to a puddle. They're going to go right to they're going to gnaw a hole right in that to get them a drink. And this drip tape, they love a rabbit go through that, or a gopher or squirrel. They'll use your irrigation for a water point. Yeah.
So when you're running this stuff down the middle of every other row, at what point wait until you can't cultivate that corn anymore and then put it down? Okay. I know you were talking about the heavy, 1.5 inch being able to run over plastic, but you're not going to use your sweeps with it way.
The only other, you could put it right up next to the row. I used to grow tomatoes on bare ground, and I'd lay it right next to but see, you've got the stakes and all that. You can make sure it's right beside it, and I'd plow it and cover it up with my sweeps, but it was right beside it. This thing, there's no more cultivation on that. But that corn is about ready to shade. Most time when I put it on mine, it's up here about, if I need it. there's a lot of timers, especially in a greenhouse. You can go and I'm at work and it's hotter than blue blazes at 2 o'clock. Put you a timer where it'll trip a sedenoid and it'll water your mums or water your hanging baskets while you're. Wilting is one of the worst, especially in the greenhouse situation. You got your fans set to come on at 80 degrees or 90 degrees. Well, it ventilates, but it may be 140 degrees in there. And you want to be able to put some water in those hanging pots or your tomato seedlings or whatever you got in that greenhouse. So you need to think about a controlling system. General rules of thumb. Gravity flow for every gallon of water. If you raise a foot in elevation, you gain about a half a pound of pressure. So if we had some slope and we had a spring and we collected it into an outlet, say we had a 2-inch or 3-inch of this and we go 1,000 feet downhill, and then we get down here and we go to 1.5 inches and then 1 inch. We gained a whole lot of PSI. And people have gravity. Maybe they don't have a well. I've got a friend, he's got his home garden and he's got a 200-gallon nurse tank. And his garden's probably 30 feet lower than his yard. And he goes to the lake and pumps him a load of water. And it doesn't take a whole lot of water to water a home garden. One thing, and Finis can find out the exact feet, but these are not designed, I think about 500 feet. It's about 500 feet. So if my rows are 1,000 feet, I may have to go halfway and then put me another header in to do the other part. What happens is when it's pushing that water, you don't get the 8 to 10 PSI that you need in here, and your water won't come out of the. A lot of in the areas where you have a lot of vegetable production or nursery production, a lot of the suppliers like Co-op and that sort of thing has it. I can't sit up here and pick one place over another, but I like rain flow. RANFLO. What suppliers can you get the stuff? Irrigation Mart. A lot of the co-ops. Berry Hill Irrigation does a good job. Is that for a 1/4 acre or yeah? Berry Hill's good, and I ordered a bunch of garden kits, irrigation kits for the housing authority. We had community gardens, and we ordered the 1/4 acre kits. You'll get 3,000 feet of drip tape, connectors, goof plugs. You get the whole 9 yards. Oh. Can somebody see if there's a question in chat? This clogged emitter it's not a problem if you clean that water up. If you clean that water up before you start. The animal or varmint leaks is one of the biggest problems. If we're talking about crops, there's a lot of guides you can use. We think about that's a total season. And how I check to see if I've done a good job of watering, I just step on the bed. It'll sink down. You can get tensiometers, you can bury them down in there and you'll get a bar pressure reading, whether it's wet or not.
Question is, has anyone used a blue mat system?
Blue mat. I haven't heard of the blue mat system. Is it, it's a brand of this brand name? Yeah. Okay. Apples, depending on the variety, 1.3 to 2.25 inches of water per week. 34 to 80,000 gallons. But now we're not watering the whole area. We're watering that root zone. So that helps us with our water use. Irrigation application should occur a minimum of 24 hours before or after a measurable rain event. That depends on what kind of rain. I'd say a 3-inch rain. If you don't get a 3-inch rain, water's not going to get under those beds. And we're going to do beds. We're going to lay beds or just show them we're going to show them the equipment. This is the most economical and efficient way to water. Now, if I'm watering my corn, a corn patch, you know the big old rolls that electric company have, the big wooden rolls. You can recover that drip tape and reuse it. I'll tell you what not to do, because I've done it. When you get this row and a round bale sprayer works perfect. You put that big old roll on there. If you need to put your little grease, you can. You just spin that big old, and that's getting 2.5, 3 feet every revolution. You get it rolled up. This line comes up here. We go down to the next row. We grab this line. We're going to roll it up. Tie that in a knot to this one. Do not use duct tape. How many of y'all like to fish in here? How many of y'all got a bait casting reel? You know the one when you flip it and it backlashes? Okay, I've got 3 acres worth of this stuff rolled up on that big old wooden reel. And I duct taped it. Okay, I pull up to corn the next year. Wow, I'm gonna roll out my drip tape that I've done. I've recycled, I've saved the environment. I pull this one out. My only thought is, I wonder if my rows are about the same length. All of a sudden, my duct tape come loose from the piece before. So I've got a whole spool of this mess that I can't even use. Been there, done that, don't do it. Tie a knot and just make sure that it stays tied to the end of the one that you put on before. You can trim this off. If your knot's too tight, you can trim it off and tie it off at the end of the row. But I've had that happen one time, and I outlawed. I said, anybody rolling it up better tie a pretty good knot. And that way you may use this 4 or 5 times. The worst thing about it though, is you probably need to go out there right before you roll it up and turn it on, because them rabbits and them voles and rats, anything, they've been drinking out that while it's laying out in that corn. That's what'll hinder you from reusing it. All of this stuff, the drip line, the plastic, the lay flat, this blue stripe lay flat, I'm sure it's higher now, but if you protect this, I mean, you can use that. I've had some for over 20 years. And if it's not long enough, just connect it with a coupler and go on. And there's some Berry Hill irrigation kits. They're probably pumping out of a river or a pond, so they've got some sand filters. Those sand filters are pretty expensive. And you'll have to flush them when you lose your pressure going through them. Okay. The way that we get to eat lunch is y'all got to connect that valve to that. Now, if we had water running, it wouldn't have to leak before you could eat. But you'll find out that if you got all this charged with a little bit of water, it makes life a lot easier. See that drip tape's aggravating to get it open to go on there, and when you're putting this system together, you got your headline running, you've got a little bit of water coming. And it's always, this water you're using is always cold. Turn your valve off. Okay, you poke the hole and you stuff that in there and you're getting sprayed here, and then you get it in, you're getting sprayed there. Cut the valve off. You've controlled all this cold shower you're getting. Tighten that up, make sure it's not leaking. Then you got your drip tape. Turn it on just a little to send some water downstream here, and it'll help blow that T-tape open a little to get it on there. You got to be careful not to kink this. So it's going down your row. If it has to go way up or way down, it'll kink it and you won't get the flow. So it needs to go pretty straight. And when you're pulling these beds, and we're going to see the equipment maybe this evening, leave you plenty out here. This stuff is 7,500 feet. It's about, I think it's went up about 159. We got questions? If the ground is sloped, it'll gain a little bit on you. So you'll have to watch your pressure, how much you've got it cut on. It could water a little more down there. It's about 2 or 3 feet elevation in 500 feet is all that's designed for. You talking about the ag enhancement, the Tennessee ag enhancement? It won't, they don't have a program just for drip tape, but maybe you're wanting to do something unique, like a special type of injector, something to help save money. And it depends on how you write that description. And they have a list of what's eligible. In the end. The end of this pipe. Where the PSI, the little gauge. And I had one out yesterday and run off and forgot it. So my water's coming here and I'm running, and the end of it's out there, stick it out there in the end. That way, when the whole system's on, you'll know what pressure at the end of it. End of the supply line. More questions? And I'll be around through lunch too.
Are you better off putting together a system yourself or buying one of these?
Starting out, like if I'm going to do a 1/4 acre, I'd buy a kit. And then you can build from that.
Order of water, road side to side, water, so use the irrigation. And something about always water at the bottom,
Mhm,
like fertilizer from top down.
mhm. Bottom. You'll have to, you're not gonna, the only thing you might run some fungicides or some systemic insecticides through this. Everything else is foliar. And I'll be around through lunch.
Can you, speak to like rain catchment system, like, water?
Yeah.
How much, how big of a tank do you need?
What a lot of people will measure the roof, the volume, and then size the tank. A lot of them have tanks and then they have overflow. So if they get too much rain, it just bypasses it. You'll have to filter it though, because you'll have leaves and little debris get in.
Something about the rainwater. That's not potable water. Can you treat it? That would not be for washing your vegetables or drinking it or anything. You need to have clean water for the food safety reasons. So you don't want to use that water to clean your vegetables. But watering is okay.
Thanks, John. Lunch is here. We go ahead. Grab something. Professor here. Start back there, put further on one there. Bring it up.
For those of you online. Oh, goodness. For those of you online, we are going to take a quick lunch break and we will be back. And I've been trying to answer your questions in the chat room. I can say that too.
Do need irrigation valves back, please. Well, we will be giving away a irrigation kit. Huh? I have, and I will. Oh, the app is R. We'll pass out the blood.
tickets and we do it tomorrow. So someone in here will win a garden ticket. You'll get, I think this is a song we ordered a few years ago. Yes, sir. I do apologize for today, weather, but I was talking to Carla. Down at hopefully next one. Hope to get a chance, run the equipment and everything next month. So, definitely gonna do that. We'll definitely cover it. So we'll be down there, so they've already made last time we just doing for us to be equipment. We'll still get a chance to that first. I think that's kind of program that see a lot of stuff. Yeah, with no further ado, we can go ahead and get started. But I will go down. I'm gonna pick up the chart to bring it up. Later talking about we got quickly, strong ball, Ross, when you get a chance to see those kind of things. Don't want to drive happy. Okay. Yeah. No. Man, I don't need anything to go wrong until I get my taxes done. All my stuff is on here. Oh, good Lord. I'm trying to go in here. Open up another.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about curriculum. Really get you on PhD.
Okay.
Take some of this grant money and get us some ideas. A lot of people are interested in urban gardening.
Well, that's some of them. What's some of them? It's kind of all different spectrum. All different spectrum.
Size class.
Yeah, then we got some online. Yeah.
Did you send that one to?
Insert. Should I start? Should I start, sir?
That's, yeah. Can I have everyone's attention, please? We have a visiting professor visiting with us from India today, and Dr. Ricketts had asked. He knew we was doing the New Farm Academy, and I think the name of our presentation, Internet of Things Application to Agriculture Sector. So she's just going to bring some different technology and things available in the agriculture sector from the internet. So if you would, we have our special guest here, Dr. Lalita is going to give our luncheon presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving a very good introduction about me. And my name is Lalita, and back home I am working as a senior scientist at an agricultural university in South India, in the town Guntur. And my research area of interest is Internet of Things in agriculture. This is a new emerging area, and I think after this presentation, you will find this interesting and Google it. Have any one of you heard about this topic? No, okay. So if you Google about Internet of Things, see, I kept a red arrow. There are more than 3 billion results in 60 seconds. So this is really a buzzword, not only for agriculture, but for all the people around the world. So can I ask you how many devices you have at home or right now with you? One device, yeah. 2 devices, yeah. So see, 3 devices. If you see, we are 8 billion people, and already there are more than 24 billion devices in the world. So devices are more and people are less. So this Internet of Things is nothing but automation. So it contains 2 words, internet, and the second word is things. Things are nothing but everyday object. Like if you put a chip to the burger, it will talk to you, it will come to you. That's complete automation. So anything can be connected through Internet of Things. It's not a rocket science, it's very easy. And when you connect a physical object with a chip or sensor, RFID tag, etc., that will become a virtual object and send you the data. You will start receiving the data. And things are both living things and non-living things. But as of now, through Internet of Things, only non-living things are connected. There are experiments going in Germany where they are trying to connect living things with living things. Like it's not that they will insert a chip into your brain or neuron and it starts sending data. That will be like future research. Research is also going in Germany on that topic. And if you see, after tagging with a sensor or RFID tag, it will start giving you data so that you can monitor, control. So this is just like a flowchart, a diagrammatic representation of what is Internet of Things. The punchline, you can see anything and everything can be connected through IoT. Internet of Things short form is IoT. People say IoT. So I am diabetic, and when I went to my doctor, she said, Okay, Lalita, I will put a small chip. You can also Google about this. In India, it is called as glucometer, and it does not cost much. It just costs around $30, $35. And she put a chip on my skin here, and I was getting, and it is not painful at all. It is taking 100 readings per day about my blood glucose levels, because sometimes my head is reeling. So she wanted to know why my head is reeling and at what time it is reeling, etc. That's part of the Internet of Things. That why I will say, because I went to the doctor after 1 week, and with a chip, she read all my readings for the 7 days, and she could notice when my head is reeling. So particular time it is reeling, and because at that time my blood glucose levels were peak. Then she said how to control my food, what to take, etc. But that is part of the Internet of Things. In the Internet of Things, what will happen when the blood glucose level falls down? My doctor will get SMS, like Lalita's blood glucose level is good. So what will you advise? That is complete Internet of Things. I was part of the Internet of Things. You can just Google glucometer chip. If any one of you is diabetic, glucometer chip. It's not painful at all. You don't know it is pricking your blood also. It doesn't give any pain. So this is also another part of how to describe Internet of Things. See, we all have Wi-Fi. We are always connected with Wi-Fi. Intelligent buildings. US is a very advanced country when compared to India. So I would say US is semi-automated country, and it will be very easy for the US to convert itself into an IoT thing when compared to India. And smart agriculture, smart cities. What is happening in smart cities? What will happen in smart cities? I will just explain. See, we have 100 trash cans in a small city, and the driver has to go and check every trash can manually, whether it is full or half, like that. But if you put a small chip to it, sensor or RFID tag, it will give to the driver a signal that you don't need to get down from your vehicle, or you take this particular route so that you can empty the trash cans which are full, so that gas is saved, time is saved, and you can make a route. That's how India is planning for its smart cities, so that you don't need to manually go to every trash can, because we have a different system in India to pick up the trash. Every day they will come and pick up the trash. Here it is once in a week, but in India, because we have a lot of population, the trash is picked up every day, except on Sundays. This is also diagrammatic representation. We need not worry about the hardware part of the IoT, because as a farmer, as a future farmer, you need not be concerned about the hardware part. You just need to concern about how to use the data and make effective decisions. Anytime, anything, anywhere. So that's the punchline of Internet of Things. See, it can help in home, it can help in transport, it can help for the community, it can help for the entire country. It is already used extensively in healthcare. Again, this is diagrammatic representation of Internet of Things. This is again the hardware part. You need not worry about it. Many of us are using the Bluetooth. So the Bluetooth is the basic thing for Internet of Things. Many of us use AirDrop also. So that is the basic data sending, data receiving part of the IoT architecture. So a lot of work was already done in Asia, especially China and India is doing very good in IoT. So this is just the review of the things. In India, like women in tea plantation, if you go to a tea plantation, a woman will have a big basket in the back and they will collect the tea leaves and just put it like this. So with semi-automation, the drudgery was reduced through IoT. Yeah, I just Googled about how US is doing in Internet of Things, and you have very good companies already doing it for you people, farmers. And the first one is Precision Hawk, and it is using drone technology. And you can see plant health, water allocation, weed detection, season monitoring, and crop yields by providing aerial data. But they are charging money from the farmer. Again, Farm Logs. Farm Logs is another company of the US that is helping the farmers with giving data, yield maps, rainfall, soil maps, automatic activity recording, crop health monitoring, and growth stage analysis. And you can, no, Farm Logs you can try 1 month for free. Yeah, right now it is expensive, but like in future, it will be very cheap. It will be like you purchased your food. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, yes. You can monitor it. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. This is the Precision Hawk web page. You can browse it. And then again, this is Farm Logs. You have to download that app and it will send you the data about your farm. It's free for 1 month, so you can just try it. See, these are their products, Farm Logs products, and how they can help you. So some other countries are also doing good work in IoT, and Switzerland's company SenseFly is again using drone technology. And in case of Israel, the CropX is helping in the irrigation. Again, in Spain, there is a company, Libelium, that helps in wireless sensor network, smart irrigation system for improving kiwi production. So in India, we have natural disasters sometimes. And what Indian government thought is the farmers will get paid back if they lost the crop. So they want the data that which farmer lost his crop. So they used this space research technology, satellite mapping, and help to collect the real-time information to assess the damage to agricultural crops so that they can pay the farmers fast within 2 months. The data was collected and the agricultural officer is going to field and verifying and putting it in the app. And it was kind of semi-automation, real-time information. And that helped to pay the farmer back because he lost his crop. And in India, teledensity is very high, even though many people are like not very educated. They use smartphones a lot. You see Indian farmers using smartphones in local languages. We have so many regional languages. So teledensity is very high. And that's what the government thought we should use that and pay the farmers back. This was my friend. I have a friend who is from Indian Institute of Technology, a computer science engineer, and his father was a farmer. So he thought, why should I not help the Indian farmers? What happens is in India, morning time, the electricity is for industrial purposes. And at nighttime, the government gives electricity free for farmers, free, they don't charge. But at the nighttime, after 9 o'clock to morning 5 o'clock. So the farmers has to lose their sleep, go to the field and switch on, switch off their mobile electricity motor to get and they have to stand or sit there for 1 or 2 hours so that their fields get irrigation. So my friend thought, why should I not help with minimum $30, $40? It's one-time investment and it works for 10 years. So he see, Kisan means farmer in Hindi. So he just made a small device that like a chip and attached it to the irrigation motor, just like that. And he connected it with a cell phone, smartphone. And if you press 1, motor will be on. If you press 2, motor will be off. Anybody can do that. Anybody. And he made it in regional languages so that if somebody does not speak English, they can also understand what. So that really helped many, many farmers in South India, especially in 2 states. Many people purchased that device. And so many people purchased it, so the cost has come down now. And it also says, oh, sorry. See, if somebody is touching their motor, that alert will also come as an SMS, text message. See, everything, like faulty power supply, everything is connected. It's very, like, it's not rocket science. He was a computer science engineer. His father was an agriculturist. So he thought, I should help my father and all the fellow farmers of the country. So it is really doing well. He is very popular now in India. So this is another app, Plantix app. You can see it if you have a Play Store, Google Play Store, you can see this app. This is an artificial intelligence based app. Thousands and thousands of photos were fed of the pests, diseases, insects, deficiencies like magnesium, calcium, everything was fed. So when you point your leaf, some diseased leaf, it will predict what that can be. It will give diagnosis. But this is only for Android apps, and I guess it is for iPhone also. You can just Google it. This is a German company, but it is doing very, very well in India. Millions of downloads. Because the farmer wants diagnosis himself, first-hand diagnosis. Then he can call me. So sometimes what they get a question, they will send that picture to me because we are crop scientists, or they will call us on our toll-free number. And they say, is that correct? This app is suggesting this. So should I go for this chemical spray, etc.? So we say, no, it may not be that. Can you just bring the leaf to us? Like if it is, or I will connect him to the nearby scientist. But most of the time, 85% of the time for the major crops, the diagnosis is correct because there are thousands of photos were fed into that app. So it's almost correct. So it's, if you see, you can see millions of downloads for this app, Plantix app. It's called Mobile Crop Doctor. So again, there was an NGO which was operating in Himalayas areas where it is steep and it is not easy to reach the farmers physically. So the NGO thought, NGO means non-government organization. Then it thought that we should collect, what is happening, the data is coming after 2 days. Today things happen and data is coming after 2 days. It doesn't make sense sometimes. So the NGO thought, why not to use some software and collect the real-time data, like within half an hour, within 1 hour. With that software solution, it made difference in marginal farmers and small farmers. In India, some farmers will have only 2 acres. Some farmers will have only 1 acre like that. Sometimes they lease in, like, so they own only 1 or 2 acres. So this NGO really helped farmers in the Himalayan areas to get very good data and give them timely advice. There is a dairy in North India, dairy, like cows and buffaloes. I hope you people can understand my pronunciation. Yes, so what they put, RFID tag is just $1. In South India, it is just $1 right now. So they put the RFID tag to the ear and they were collecting the data. Most of the time, heat detection is missed. And for artificial insemination, Indian farmer has to pay $1. So if you are doing it 4 times, it increases the cost. So these RFID chips help to determine the heat detection, and so that the veterinary doctor did not need to travel again and again and randomly artificially inseminate the animal. So the data was coming through the cloud, and the farmers were also given a to-do list in the local language because many farmers are illiterate. And so it significantly increased the milk yield of the dairy. It's not very costly also. That the project is named as Cows to Cloud. So that's how the RFID tag looks. So more than 5 liters per animal is increased. It was for 6 months. Yeah. Now also it is practicing that. It is practicing that. So India has a ICRISAT headquarters in South India, International Crop Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics. ICRISAT works on 5 crops, peanuts, chickpea, etc. And what is happening is the peanut farmers were not able to sow in time and they were having some hard time. So ICRISAT has a lot of big data. Big data is like every rainfall data, everything is on the internet. The thing is, you have to correlate things. 30 years rainfall data is there, you have to analyze it. 30 years yield data is there, you have to analyze it. So the future is of data science and big data, etc. So ICRISAT did that, and they hand-holded those farmers, 175 farmers. Literally, what I say, you do that. ICRISAT scientists said that they sent an SMS, and the farmers, 175 farmers, did exactly what ICRISAT said based on the big data analysis. So, and then the yields increased by 30% in groundnut crop. They experimented on groundnut crop. There is another company in Bangalore. Bangalore is known as Silicon Valley of India. And again, they have monitored the things in a greenhouse. Basically, I met another person before I just came to the US, and he said, if you measure the lux parameters, done. Internet of Things is easy because lux parameters vary a lot, but soil pH will not change for another 10 years. So he was just using the lux parameters and helping the mango farmers. And he said, for the first 1 acre, the cost is more. And for the second 10, if you're connecting 10 acres, the cost will reduce because the gateway is needed only for first farm, first 1 acre. After that, the cost will be reduced. So he's helping mango farmers with old orchards to increase the yield. So this is the conclusion that we all know that by 2025, 25 billion devices will be connected through Internet of Things. This is not the data of how many devices will be. It is the data of how many things will be connected by Internet of Things, whether partially or fully. So 25 billion means it's almost 3 devices will be connected. We are 8 billion people. So, and right now the focus is more on health sector, etc. And there are companies that are working in both developing countries and developed world to move some part of the agriculture into the IoT sector. So I think when I come next time to the US, I will see a lot of IoT things. And I will be happy if you can send some of your experiments to me on email. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Dr. Lawani in the house.
We have the equipment outside. Dr. Lawani, I don't know where he is, so we're gonna keep it moving. So we have the tractor, the plastic layer and everything outside. So we can kind of go through it that way you can kind of visually see kind of how all this stuff kind of works together. So if you want it, we're on the left-hand side right here. Somebody key.
Okay, we were just, I didn't know. uh, Oh. So I'm guessing, I'm hoping that we can just take. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. This looks like his hard drive probably.
So I think what we need is this thing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, our plans kept changing with the weather today.
Can you imagine?
Been crazy.
Perfect. I just finished the
Okay.
class, so
I guess that's one of the problems with being professor and extension, huh? Trying to do both. Okay, the only problem. Yeah, we could, never mind. I forgot to bring an example of that book. Finis was supposed to bring you the book, like we can give them homework so they can at least start writing out their business plan and have something at the end of the 7 months, if it's kind of a visionary plan, because some of them are in the very beginning parts of, putting together a farm plan or a business plan, and others are more well advanced. They'll be ready for budgets. Some of them are just ready for setting down goals, objectives. What I want. What do I want to do right now? And so, yeah.
So what I did is actually having people do that. So I'll be talking about materials, right? that they'll
Yes.
use. So they'll be using the book as well as Agribility.
Yes.
So Agribility is
Familiar
like
with that.
yes, so here I have given them a couple of assignments for the they have issue to do at home. Why struggling member complete what is the value or what are the value and then you can go to so but in the next coming classes, what I want to do is to have them do so there are a couple of people. Even this what you have to do. So I'm doing the new assignment, but I will also focus on the financial part because those are the things that are more challenging. How to write right? So I will give them a good book
So their assignment is actually going to come out of ag.
It will come from both.
It'll come from both, because so I will have to send them the link to the book. And it's got the book. So, okay. We did have some drives. Yeah, because I had those little Fair drives. Finally said that he had some, and that book is on the drive. We're going to give him the hard copy. Free. I meant it was a long weekend. I was ready Friday, Thursday after work. Well, I'll just let them know when we introduce you. We'll give them the books. At least the one page where you develop a business plan. Send them.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So this work, I just stay here and ask you. Okay.
Did you make sure?
Yeah. That's actually. Thank you so much.
Isn't that good?
So I also have a couple of slides from Agribility, Agribility. For example, about the value, there are a couple of examples.
Yeah, and if you put this on or take the microphone, you can walk away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't have to stay
That's
behind your
even better.
computer.
That's even better.
You know what? This is not showing up on your. Oh, you know what? Do you have yours?
So we already talked about this. So I would say that we need using two main resources. The first one is building a sustainable business, which is produced by SAM. It basically explains, give you a good explanation about how to build a business. And it is freely available online. You can have access to the file. And I think they also want to give you your whole application book itself. The features that this book offers that is interesting to us is that in fact we have within the book a couple of sheets, a couple of worksheets that you can work through. And when you do so, at the end of the book, you will have a full. That's why it's interesting. And then the second tool that we use is Agribility, which is an online platform where you can actually build up your business plan. So basically, it has a good of access to but you can go there, create your account, and then start any business plan that you want to make. And actually, for business. And another advantage that it's offers is that it has a couple of tutorials. Let me see if I can have access to it. Okay, all right, I'll do so. So this is actually Agribility, and you have a couple of tutorial video that basically give you an idea of what it's about, each section, what each section is about. And also, when you start creating your business plan within the Agribility itself, once you reach a section, you also have a couple of tutorials. So you can, for example, you want to talk about a cash flow and you are not sure what it is, then you go and then you click on those basically help within Agribility. I do not remember my credentials, otherwise I will log in here and show you a couple of my business plan and how those tools can basically help you for each session. So I encourage you to also use that. Those are the two things that we use. And another advantage of Agribility is that you can share your business plan with people to get feedback or to share that with your partners, people that you are working with. Everyone of the stakeholders that I am working with, right? So you have to write them. Yes, someone just writing everything, you can basically share it and then collaborate. So those will be the two tools that we use. What I will do, some of the material within, for example, building a sustainable business are self-explanatory. So I won't discuss those. I will mainly spend time on the topic that I'm not taking on. For example, when you talk about the budget, how do you build the budget? When you are talking about cash flow, when you find, for example, current asset, what do they really do? And how do you use that to analyze the business and make some of the business? So I'll be mainly spending the time on those documents that we mainly talk about, what the future will mainly be looking at those technical aspects. And I'll be reference to the book, things that you can work on, you can read them, and then you can see the work. So for today, we'll talk about a business. And a quick question for you, how many people are new to farming? No? That's true. So what do you want to farm? What I think, you can make it. This is two words. What do you say that? I don't think we said. Just so why will you be farming? What is it? Where's your farming? have an idea of what that is. Of each of those things. That's interesting. Another person that we do at home, yes. What happens to some of them? Pardon? These individuals, well, you say, I'm sure that but you are thinking of the market, right? Which market and that. Some online. You have an idea of the size of the market, how many food like 10,000 area. You are probably not going to be selling to those 10,000 right? Hoping to sell to them, right? And how much will it be your price for each of these? How much will it be? And you have an idea of the profits. So I'm asking some questions that are really challenging. It's no one that you can look at all the answers to all of them. How many people are already farming? I mean, what? Farm? Yeah, you already have a farm. Are you asking about farming or planting? Because there's a difference. So you already have a farm. What are you? Tomatoes, broccoli, carrots, cabbage. How many years have you been doing that? And what is your average income? And are you thinking of adding anything to your farm? Yes. That's that? That's that. And any idea of how much? Great. So I'm asking all these questions because, in fact, when you want to start a venture, you basically want to know if you be making a right? What you will produce, how you produce that. If you are losing money already and you are not doing that just to basically satisfy your family, and you want to actually make money out of it, or you're a paper, you are losing money, then there's no need to continue that project. And that is what a business plan will actually help you. Right? It will help you organize your ideas. It will help you answer to the question, what you are producing, when you will be producing it, who will be buying that from you? How much will you be making out of it? Right? So all of those questions need to be answered clearly before you even start the business. If you do not have a clear answer to this question, you might start, and then it's only you want to have field selling that you realize that you put 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 less, and you are not making that money back. Right? So that's one of the reasons why you want to put everything on a paper before you start. And what is the business plan itself? First, it gives you a clear direction by making you discuss where you want to take your venture and find what you want out of it. When I say what you want out of it, you quickly realize that, for example, one of our participants is not looking for profit, just want to produce something. Some people are producing basically to maintain a style of life, not interested by the product. But when people want to actually do it as a clear business, that will provide them and the family believing that they will rely on. Right? The income that we rely on. The business plan also gives you a structure to your thinking. As we have seen, if you have the idea, you do not put it on a paper, it's I mean, the likelihood that you will forget something is very high. But by putting everything on a paper, you check what you have forgotten, if you have forgotten, if you have actually covered the important area, and what might be missing. Right? So the business plan allow you to do that. It also helps you to think of the future. What will you do if you start producing this specific crop in this area, and then over farmers start doing exactly the same thing? How are you plan to react to it? You need to put that in your business plan before you even start producing. Right? What will happen if, for example, the government put a regulation on your produce? What will you do? Right? You need to think of all those things before you even start. What will be the different market that you will sell? One of the pastors said that he's thinking of 10,000, the people are going to take guy of 10,000. Probably not set on 10,000. What? How many people really, those 10,000 people can hit objective targets? Right? So the market analysis will help you answer that question. And also, it helps you communicate your idea. You want to go and get a loan, you can go and see the loan officer and say, well, Mr. Lane Baker, I need 10,000, and I'm going to pay you back in 20 more or in 10 more. You can just you yourself, it's actually risky for you to go take that. But with your business plan, you know exactly that if you take this loan, you will be able to pay that back at a specific period in time. So if you take the loan and then they give you the schedule, I mean the parents, the schedule of your loan, basically when you pay each and every loan, you can basically realize whether or not you will be able to meet those obligations when they are due. And if you really wonder how much you get, you can also communicate that clearly to the loan officer because the paper, it goes through it, realize that the profit is more willing to give you the money. But if you realize that you cannot, you yourself go and ask for the loan, if you want to. So you can communicate your idea to different stakeholders, people who are working with you. When you want to move with your business, your family members, your employees, all of those are also interested in learning about your business. So your business plan also can communicate those information to them. You want to add another venture, another enterprise to your business. But your employees will want to go that, right? You want to go what you want to add, how it makes sense within your whole farm. That's a very good question. So you ask, you already have a business plan of something particular, but you have an idea of the different things that you want. How do you know which one will pay off? And I like the word that you use, pay off. I just go to it and pay off. Because you don't know. But if you put everything on a clear paper and you analyze, you will clearly know which one you need to pay off. And you know exactly what will be your payout, how much you need to pay off of this. You will give 2,000, and that will be 2,000, so on. And that's so you try those different things on the paper before you implement them. So it's like you are putting them on your paper, and then you look at the numbers. And if you can do all of them, because at the end of the day, we'll build something that we call the income statement, which will give you the profit of each of the different things that you want. And that from that income statement, you can see the one that is giving you the highest profit, the highest profit. And then you can decide, you know what, I'm going to take to go from 3 bucks pocket in terms of profit. And that is what you do. So you won't have to do the 10, just select 3 out of 10, and that is the only thing that you work on. Right? So in fact, what you are doing is that you plan everything on a paper before you start. Because if you start and then 4 months or at the end you realize that you are losing money on those, you start it again next year, it's going to be a trial and error. While you might actually have been able to get a profit if you have been careful. For example, you sell your tomatoes, let's say within a period where everyone is selling actual tomatoes, the price is going to be equal. That's not good for you. But with your business plan, you can actually realize that let me build a business where I can sell my tomatoes when nobody actually has tomato on the market. Then the price is going to be really high. You plan that on paper before you and you actually go on paper how much profit you do before you can start. And that is the question. That's actually the reason why we are actually doing this.
Question is, put it all on paper.
Yeah, definitely. And as she said, business, I mean, agriculture has its inherent risks. So I mean, and then the price. What is happening right now, when you do that, what will happen? But it's impacting the price of fertilizer, that's what it's right? And of course, you can ask over people who are doing that. And actually, we do the business plan, there's a part where you have to do that. We have to go and ask for people, what does market look like? What are the different likelihoods? If these things happen, what is the price that you can expect? If this happens, what will be the price for it? And then you build a business plan looking at those different scenarios. And you develop a strategy for what you will do when these things does occur. Then when you start growing your business, and you know exactly what you should do, and you have an idea of what you will be getting out, what will be your profit. I don't know if it makes sense. Or you can actually have, like, when you have a clear idea of what you will be doing, you might realize that, well, if I continue producing this, I will need to way more money, but just stop producing. And that's the budget will give you that. We'll see that in the future. The budget just will give you an idea of your expenses and your income. We categorize your expenses into what we call variable and fixed expenses. And the rule is that if you realize that the price of the market is not going to cover your variable expenses, you stop production. You might not even harvest your product, just leave them on the farm and ask people to come harvest and pick them up. Because it's going to be cheaper for you to do that way, but we will pay. But how will you know what you do at that moment? It is the business plan that will give you all those information. Of course, the business plan is not rigid. It's not something that you write, you put it in the, you keep it there, and it's never going to change. So, the business plan is actually dynamic. You have to update it as you are getting new information. If those information can change what you have already planned, you have to update it. And there are actually other tools that people use when they are developing a business plan. For example, the business model canvas that we won't discuss here. But there are also people that are taking that dynamic aspect of the business. So all of those are very good questions. And if you have any stuff you can ask. What are the different components of a business plan? Most of the time you have 6 components. Sometimes you might have more, or you might have likeliness. But most of the time you have 6 components. You will have the executive summary, which is the first thing that you read in the business plan, but it is the last that you will write. Write the summary last. And it basically gives you a summary of your business. What you are doing, who is doing it, the nature of the business, is it sole proprietorship, is it a cooperative, so on and so forth. Then you basically decide that what you are producing, how you are producing that, but in a very as a summary, right? And also we need to share that information to who the state is for. If you are using that for management, then you might not want to give information about your need in terms of loans, so on and so forth. You insist on the managerial aspect. But if you want to use it for a loan, in the executive summary, you have to tell clearly how much you will need as a loan. Why do you need that money? When you need actually covering the whole loan that you took, and when you need making profit, and how much you profit. The executive summary, you need to share that. The business description is the second part. And here you describe the business more detailed what you have done in the business summary. Here you basically tell why you want to start your business. If you already started, if you already have an ongoing business, why you want to spend or why you want communication that you are planning. The operating plan will tell you, will give them a clear explanation of how you do your operation, what you are producing, how you produce it. If you have basically a couple of design, you can share the design. Right? The person who read that part should know exactly what you are producing, how you produce it. And when I say what you are producing, then are you going to produce, for example, different color of paper, different quantity, what will be the seed that you be using, what will be the different input, then you will explain how those go. The marketing plan. Who will buy your product? Why will they be buying it? What are the characteristics? Age, gender, level of education, level of income. We will describe all those in the marketing plan. Why is it important? For example, you want to sell high quality meat to areas where, low income areas, they are not likely to buy it. But if you want to sell high quality meat, area where people have a income, right? So you want to target that part, right? So how will you reach them? What are the channels that you will use to reach them? Are you going to have promotions? How will you implement the speed of promotion? So all those things will be expected to marketing. I'm giving you a couple of just description of those parts, but we'll discuss them in detail, right? Each of those parts will discuss them. The personal plan, who will you be working with? What are the qualifications? Why those people? Why do you need them? Normally, the qualification should be adequate to the position that they are actually put. If the people don't have a qualification, how are you planning to actually put that between what you need and what you currently have? Maybe you are working with family members, you want to start livestock business. Does anyone within the family know how to raise that specific animal? If you do not, I'm going to allow them to go and have, what is your work with exactly what family do than the rest of the property. But we need to describe in the personal thing how people who are working with you, how you manage them, and what are you doing, so on and so forth. Finally, the financial plan, where a lot of people spend the time, where you can actually tell whether or not you are making money or not. That is what we call the income statement. We also build over financial statements such as the statement of cash flow. When will you be having money in your business and when will you be spending money? How much for each period? If your outflow of cash are higher than your inflow of cash, that you need to get money where you want to cover that gap. How will you do that? Can you change your production cycle so that it meets within a period where you have enough money to the business and then you don't have to go and take it along? In the financial plan, specifically the statement of cash flow, you can play with those, right? I don't, instead of producing from March to April, can I just switch to June to July and then just work with one go? Where are we making this amount of profit? Hopefully, to do that for a whole year. While we making this amount of profit, we can basically do that in those functions. So we spend a lot of time on the financial. Any questions so far? That's a very good question. And what we can be, I can give you a couple of answers. But what I will say is to be cautious. And if you are building a business plan as a beginner, then that's actually what I'm doing. Because you are still at the beginning of your business. So you build a business plan that fits that category. Because for you to scale up, you might need 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Right? And at that moment, the market will have to change. Your production system will have to change. Your personnel, people who are working with you, might have to move. Then at that moment, it might be better to sit down with what you need that goal and that point and write another business plan. Because the same business plan, that's what that can be last month. This month, there will be a lot of things that might have changed in that. And that's why we have to adapting. So once you write it, 1 year, 2 years, put your team back together and then reevaluate. If you need to change things in your business plan, you get to start together and know the direction that you go. And like I was saying, in fact, you need to know where you are with the business cycle. A business plan at the beginning, at the start of the beginning, is different from when you are growing, when you are consolidating, or sell your assets. The assets, the business that you work at that point. I try to consolidate your business. So let me phrase a question. What you are doing is not profitable. You are not making profit now. However, you still want to do, right? Well, and that's where we'll talk about it shortly. The values, right? When you want to start a business space with your whole team, you guys need to talk about your values. What is important to you? Some people might have profit as things that are very important. Other people might be thinking of the community. Other people will be thinking of the environment, right? So once you guys have written down the values, you need to agree on the values that are common to you all and that you need to pursue. Otherwise, you will have dissonance within that practice. Other people will be giving ideas because they want to be profitable. Other people will give you ideas because they care about you want to create jobs, they do not care about the profit. As long as you are making enough money, not go out of business, it's good enough for them. Right? So one thing that you want to do with your family members, with your team, is to sit down and agree on your values. And have common values that you can see. Otherwise, you guys will have different values, you'll be shooting in different values. And you will not have one thing to do this. And I will talk about that. So, another question. So, like I was saying, first thing is to identify where you are at, and based on that, you will respect that step in the business style. Who should work the business step? What do you feel? Who within your family should be the one driving it? The entirety. And what is that entirety? Order the treasurer, market professor, the accountant, all team. You feel that a lawyer, pardon? Should a lawyer get involved? You say no. They just cost money. Somebody who knows the law, it depends on the work that you want. So depending on your goal, the people who will be in your team. If you are planning to just get a new machinery, you might not need to get a lawyer. But if you are planning to actually, you are thinking of actually doing the business to your heirs, then you want to think. You are thinking of taking a loan, a large amount of loan, you better go and get someone who is an accountant or who owns accounts. If you are you want to start a whole new venture that you have never done, when you might want to get someone who has skills, knowledge in what you are planning, so that you can basically kind of do that, right? So the team is going to be different depending on what you are doing. And the second question for you, how large or how long should the investment be? That be 2 pages, 3 pages, 10, 100 pages, 200 pages. What is the ideal length? It vary based on exactly based on what you are trying to do. Right? You want to get a loan, not only the length will vary, as well as the confidence. What you are putting in the business plan that you want to use to get a loan is going to be different because here you have to insist on the financial aspect. But if you are getting a business plan just for financial purposes, you might not need to talk about the finance. You might want to insist on the direction. Right? So what you want to use the business plan will dictate what you need, how you choose. So as we say in the book that you will have this sign, the pencil sign, and anytime you have that, the basically invite you to write down your idea. And again, when you want to write a business plan, you don't want to sit down one day and finish that. You just spend your whole day on it. And also, when you need art plan, take your time. You also do not need to write a dissertation. Where you want to produce paper, green paper, you want to say, well, I want to produce paper. There's a simple idea in the art plan that is okay what you need to do that. So don't try. Of course, if you have time, it's always good to write nice sentences or if one sentence can do. So in the book, you may have one sentence, and when you do, please put your hands down, write the idea, and if feeling the exercise, fill the worksheet, and at the end of the book, have this worksheet. And what we are thinking of are the key issues that are guys to play in the process. And another advantage of the book is that it gives you a couple of, I think we have 5 families that have used the book and they share their writing. Right. So we're talking about the values. And what values are important because if within our team, people have different values, we can do different things. So first, now, first, what the values now, that we can, here is why. Why not? The first thing is to say why. So why are these people doing it? Basically, they have a family, right? Several other children who want to continue farming. And would like to add jobs to our farm, what will face our daily life. We'd like to explore the feasibility of building and operating and farm figures. And at the end of the day, we also want to see how they can turn the business over to the children. That's why I want to do. Can you guess who might be the member of this team? If the children are ready, the wife also involved of the husband, probably the children of those wife are also involved. Actually, also involved. So this is the planning team. First and foremost, our planning team includes all 5 of our children and spouses. We also consider our local farm business like agriculture and overall experience processors and members of our family. And how will they use the space? That be used internally or be used to communicate outside. So we say that initially our plan will be used outside our business with a lender to secure financing. It will also be used for internal organization to develop the description, schedule, and marketing, and a cash flow projection. So that is why they are really there. So your role is actually the same thing. So within the book, you have this sheet where, together with your family members and the different stakeholders, you will have to identify why you want to write the business plan, what the key members will be, and how you will explain it. That is part of your study homework before our next session. Then the second part are values. And in the value section, you should be able to discuss what the values are and how they affect your business. Identify each of your key members' values and they come together to have common values. So if you have the values that you have in that PowerPoint, what can you say are important in that part? Take a minute to read it. What do you think are important? Health, environment, animal health and safety, profit, where do you see the profit? Yes. Thank you very much. Right. So in general, we have the value in terms of environment, economy, community, so on and so forth. And those, you know, what we as a standard of quality that you and your team basically care about. They are not good, or they can be thought as something that reflects your view of life. You care about it. That is what you experience, but how you produce. Care about it. And here on the left, we have worksheet 1.1 that basically lists out the different values: personal values, economic values, environmental, and community. And then once each of the team members has written his value, then you guys get together and what can we agree on. And that will be value. And that will be the sheet of 1.1. So basically, you'll be working on 3 sheets before our session. The first one is to value assessment. Worksheet 1.1, which are the value of each team. And the last thing that I want to talk about is ActPlan. That gives you basically a template to start your business. So here you have all the different sections. Executive summary, operation. So you can open one and then start writing on it. In fact, go to the third section and read what you have to do. I'm basically at the end of my presentation for today, which is not technical at all. Yeah, basically talking, right? And this you could have, if you have read the book, you could have been able to do, have been able to illustrate without me. Next time, we get into more practical things. For next time, like I was saying, try to complete the worksheet, the 3 worksheets, and then create your account on ActPlan, get familiar with the different tabs on ActPlan, watch also the series of tutorial, and then start your business. Yes, you have exactly go back to school. Well, it helps because as you are working on it, when we will be discussing about new things, you can use that directly into your own business. Even if you don't have a clear business now, think of the thing that you want to start and then just start working on it. At the end of the day, you might not have a complete paper, but guess what? Next time we want to start with this thing for another product that you might be serious about, it's going to go faster. Exactly what any question? Yeah. The worksheets are in the book. So the book, normally I think Spanish one picture. That's the book actually. And the book. And if you don't have it, just go online. You can have a PDF file of this book, brief and small business. So in that book, you have all the worksheets. Right? And this is the first and second chapter that I have discussed. And you'll see the worksheet at the end. And this is available online as a PDF. One thing, if I don't know if you think about actually that it will teach you if you need the spring pen, see that one. If you want to start already fast, you can just shoot for that. But don't get overwhelmed by the work of that part. Just do what you can do. Right? And you can do it. Yes. You spend your whole time writing the business plan and you not produce 1 hour or whatever. So, however, on the defense element of the business plan, normally the minimum that you want to have that is that spend. Okay. So the minimum that you want to have are these 6 elements. Sometimes you can have more on that. But for a business plan, normally you want to have at least that. Except if it is a business plan just for operation. You guys want to ask us if you might have a business plan for 45 pages. And you just want to explain what that operation will be your business plan. You want to add maybe organic, right? In a market, want to produce organic goods only for a family that don't have that large environment actually. So for most of the time you want at least those 6 elements. The detail that is different. For example, how much marketing plan you need to write, and it will be different from one business plan. That's an excellent question. So what she's asking is, for example, you want to start asparagus, can you get those information within AgPlan? The answer is, no, you cannot get that within AgPlan, but we will give you over resources for where you can get what information. Right? For example, you want to get price of tomatoes within the TSU. I want to build a budget for tomatoes in Kentucky. We'll give you resources for where you can get those information. You can get information about the prices. You can get information about if you are targeting a specific area, you can also give information about the population in that area and how you can categorize that within different segments that you can sell. But you won't have that in the AgPlan. You can have a budget template that you have to fill. What is the information that you have to give you resources to where you can get it. And those are going to be over this. Most of the time, the local extension office will have some of those. But if they do not, they are over resources. Okay, so if there's no more questions, then we will conclude and we'll see you guys next month, I guess. And hopefully we have a lot of already written, already starting business within AgPlan, the value. We'll start actually with that. Some of you guys will share your work with us and so let's
Thank you, Dr. Lawani. And I just want to say too, when you're looking at working on your business plan, don't overthink it. Okay? I mean, it may be a few sentences, I mean, your description, so don't think you gotta have this dissertation or business plan. It may be 3 or 4 pages. It all depends on your operation. And then if you're like me sometimes, if you have a, say, like you mentioned him, you may just Google him business plan. Maybe give you a start of, okay, what are some of the things, he gave you 6 elements, but maybe what are some of the things that need to fall within that? Okay, and the ag plan give you some examples, but you have to do a little homework, look at what you're trying to do, what your operation want to look like. Do some Google search, maybe look at some of your education institutions. There's a lot of information out there. And then if you're looking for budgets, maybe, I know Mississippi State, Kentucky State, University of Arkansas, look at some of those states when you look at vegetables, and you may look at enterprise budget for tomatoes and see what states come up near you and go down that enterprise budget and look at some costs. And maybe look at, you know, you might be someone who raised tomatoes, you may go to Kroger and see what tomatoes something like that. But back to the cost of production, at least that gets you in the ballpark and start working and building on that business plan. And then if it's already you get stuff, you know, shoot us an email and then we can kind of help you through that process. And then maybe have those conversations next month. Oh, you know, I was doing this, I couldn't find this, you know, another good site. So we can talk through building this business plan. Okay? That's what we're here for. So just kind of get started and start working through that process, and then we start having those conversations each month as we build that business plan. I'm hopefully trying to have those books available for you all to kind of put up on the slide from Southern Sarah. Yeah, for you all, it's a good resource. Anything else? You can. I mean, it gives you some ideas, but everybody's plan is going to be different, you know. But yeah, it kind of gives you, okay, what you have, you know, maybe some of the subtopics and stuff like that, kind of give you an idea. But I'm sure everybody's plan, I mean, whether it's a hemp farm, every hemp farm is not going to be the same. So it's your farm. Even though I'm a row crop farmer, but I guarantee you, nobody's row crop farmer is like my farm. You know.
And that is actually a very good idea. If you happen to find a business plan that is doing something similar to what you are doing, you can take it and then adapt that to your need. Get you faster.
You know, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. For example, the budget. I changed it. You know, so some things to get you along the way. Okay. But your end goal, somebody might be into the oil and somebody might be dealing with the fire. Or somebody want to do more wine. So that may change based on your business plan. Anything else? I don't have anything else. I'm still available if anybody wants to add any more questions that relate to the equipment outside, tractor outside. I am available. But if not, we're finishing up early today. Hopefully, next month, Mother Nature is going to work in our favor, and we can get out in the field. We set to do some tours and stuff with our vegetable specialist, Dr. Zach from Knoxville, be here. So hopefully get a chance to get out in the field and see some of the things, and maybe run the equipment. I don't know. I know they've laid quite a bit of plastic already down on the Columbia Lake Farm, but we get a chance to talk about what they have going on. And I told you to leave us a spot so we can at least run it and see it, get dirty, touch it, feel it, see it operate. With that, that's all I have, Carla. Do you have anything to add? You will probably be receiving an email from me, and we talk about the disaster emergency preparedness. That's another hat I wear. We have a project, we have a grant, and that's another plan that I hope that we build upon. That I maybe send out a little survey, kind of just get an idea as we look for research funding, also do some work helping farmers or individuals put together disaster emergency Yes, John will be back.